not easy to do an energy week thing. We've tried it, people failed, but I believe Lagos will always succeed. So building a successful gas company in Nigeria requires more than technical knowledge. It's demand with resilience in the face of fluctuating global market and unwavering commitment to regulatory compliance. I always say that Nigeria has more regulators than any country I've visited. One thing you have to do, you need about 20 permits. And each of them is important. If you don't get them, you don't drill. So drill baby drill doesn't work easily here in Nigeria. But as the world moves towards a more diverse energy sector, we must ask ourselves, we ensure that Nigerian companies remain competitive. How do we balance profitability and sustainability? And how do we cultivate business environment that fosters local content or national content development and global relevance? These are not just questions for the actions, they are calls for action. And as Henry Ford said, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is the progress, and working together is the success. The path towards Nigeria's energy sector will be defined by how we, sitting here today, will collaborate across companies, across disciplines, and across generations. And that's why I'm very happy to see the young professionals here. Everybody who knows me very well knows my love for young professionals is enormous. Because the old will hand over the baton to the young. And with pride and perseverance, attitude, I believe these young ones with the all energy they have will do better than you did. Not to make you feel bad, but true example of the young leaders is what you have and passed on to them. So beyond individual success story, there is pressing need to create an industry environment that much more stories can emerge. Human capital development is indispensable in ensuring the success of every company. And that is why the likes of Shell, Total, BP, name them, have succession plans. That's why they have capacity building, that's why they have training to make sure that the young ones become like the old ones that are about to leave and even become better. So, as SP Africa, our vision is to equip young professionals with the tools, networks, and opportunities needed to lead the industry into the future. I believe there is a profound need to create platforms like this, where experience meets aspiration, where established leaders like you seated here in front of me who engage with emerging talent. Sit at the back, it's always the case, and where technical expertise is seamlessly transferred across generations. Notably in our industry, those who embrace emerging technologies, leverage data-driven solutions, and prioritize sustainability will be the ones to lead the industry to the future. That is why I'm excited to remind you that in just 3 months, the Africa Technology Conference, ATC 2025, will center stage in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, from 27th to 29th of May, under the theme Navigating the Future, Building Technological Excellence for Sustainable Energy in Africa. This highly anticipated event will provide platform for exchange of cutting-edge technologies, innovative solutions within the African energy sector. To the young professionals in this room today, I urge you to take inspiration from the stories, whether round table, whether long table, that you're going to hear today, and turn them into stepping stones for your own journey. SPE is the only platform global that will give you that give you the leverage to have this kind of discussion. Seek mentorship like I did many years ago. Embrace continuous learning, and do not be afraid to challenge conventional thinking. Japa is not the solution. We are staying here. It's not. It cannot be. Because innovation is born for curiosity and courage. And those who dare to reimagine the future often become the architect of transformative change. As we engage in these open and honest conversations, let us do so with a shared commitment to progress. Let us take away not just inspiration, but concentrate on the concrete strategies that will be shaping, that will be used to shaping our industry in Nigeria. I therefore extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers of the 2025 SP Lagos Energy Week, led by my own brother, Dipo, for creating this platform for learning and exchange. I look forward to an exciting moment here in Lagos. And let me do this unofficial announcement that out of just two SP Africa Innovative Session Award, we're giving Lagos is picking one this year. It's not just because of what you've done. We are monitoring you from afar and we see the good works you're doing. Thank you and continue to build this innovative experience.
Thank you very much, Dr. River Singh from Akwa Ibom, Opong. For those, as always, incisive words on what SP is doing and kind words for your colleagues out here in Nigeria. Well, one thing is certain, LEW will not take over AEW because AEW is discussing Africa, because the whole of Africa needs a platform, and that's where AEW comes in. So NJ should not worry, this is a state thing. NJ is our guy. Anyways, we'll take one of our sponsors' remarks. You see, we have a lot of sponsors. Yesterday we listened to some of them. Some of them were not in the room yesterday, but this sponsor was with us yesterday and is also with us this morning. We'll now listen to the Chief Executive Officer of DAP Energy Consult. Let's welcome Mr. Victor Briggs.
Good morning. I think the hall is actually much fuller than yesterday. Yeah, so just to say thank you, I would want to stand on the protocol already established so that we optimize and save our time. I'm very, very glad to be here. The Africa Regional Director, you said something when they established the Lagos Council, you were not born. And I'm sure when you look around, some of us, when we started in the industry, probably more than 60% of the people sitting here probably would not have been born. For the young professionals, I mean, we're all passionate about the young professionals. I believe there are some student members that are also here, the young professionals. I think this is very important for you guys, the opportunities you have. During our time, we never had such opportunities. I started enjoying SPE actually in Lagos with the monthly technical meetings. I found it very, very helpful to my career because at that point, subject matter experts will be brought on a monthly basis to talk on specific topics. And as young petroleum engineers then, we really enjoyed those sessions. So please take advantage of this opportunity. Take advantage of the networking opportunity. For the students, members that are here, be bold, network. One of the very bright staff I got in my office was actually at an SPE forum like this. A young lady, very bold, she walked up to me and she said, "Sir, I would like to work with you." I said, "Do you know what I do?" Of course she had done her research. So she explained what my company does. Wonderful. I wasn't hiring. So I tried to, put her off. Don't worry. I'll give you my number. Let's talk. She said she's coming to Lagos the following week or something. I would like to see you. I said, okay, you've graduated. Have you gone for your service? She said, no, she's waiting. What grade? Again, we asked that just to see if there will be a reason to push her. What grade did you come out with? She said she made a first class. When I heard first class, I said, you know what? Give me your number. I'm going to call you. And I mean, she had a wonderful career with me. So I'm just saying this to encourage especially the students pay attention to what you're doing in school. It may not be the most important, but at least whatever you can do that, be bold, be courageous, know what you want, and then go for it. You never can tell. What does DAP do? DAP Energy, we are on the soft side of the business. We are into what we call decision analysis, petroleum economics. We support companies through mergers. We provide advisory. And as simple as it is, you will not believe what happened during the time of the marginal field. That was in 2003. You will not believe that there were people who actually bought reserves for as high as $9 per barrel. This was 2003, 2004. So a company has won a marginal field, and based on the reserves in the books, the company says, oh, we have 5 million barrels. And they go to an investor who pays $7 million, $9 million to be able to purchase 1 million barrels, right? However, when it was time for development, and they now asked these investors to now contribute their share of the development costs. And they said, what are you talking about? We already paid for it. So it just highlights the lack of understanding. People have money, but you need to understand the industry. You need to understand what you're going into. We have, at the marina there is still a drilling rig, right? There used to be 2. What was the story? A bank gave loan to a company that does not have the track record to go and buy 2 drilling rigs at the same time, not 1, 2. And of course, once that happened, they felt that because they have a rig, everybody must use them. They didn't do their due diligence, that you've got to compete for jobs, and you've got to win. And of course, they couldn't service the loan. The story is still out there. So we are there to help as DAP in whatever advisory role, in doing the right analysis to support. We also do training. We also do some technical studies. Of recent, with the PIA, we also handle host community. And in fact, I dare to see in that space, DAP is probably the biggest company right now in terms of helping the industry. We've dealt with over 500 communities. We've set up over 24 host community trusts and still counting. At the end of the day, we probably would have dealt with over 800 communities. So again, we just want to thank SP Lagos Council. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. We encourage the young professionals. I mean, the present and the future are yours. Just take it. And the student members, please don't despair. You are in the right profession, and make the best out of it. Thank you very, very much.
So, you know, sometimes when you listen to something, sometimes, and I don't do this all the time, it's important to put it in perspective, right? She didn't get the job because she got first class. That was secondary. It was her courage, it was her boldness, and her persistency that got her in front of Oga Briggs, right? The other thing was just, it came up because he was looking for something to push her out, and then she came through, right? But even if you have a third class and you are intelligent, third class could be that you were distracted at some point while you were in school, and then they did you fail, let my people go, and you are out. Listen, okay, Okoli said, about the girl who got 390 or 400 in SAT. By no, you're not a story. You know, you're not a storyteller. Now you can tell. We are storytellers. If you allow me, tell them the story well. Anyways, she got that, and at the end of the day, she had to force herself to study. She had to force herself to, because the school was now calling her to give presentations and lectures and all of that. And then she became so good and went ahead to become a PhD holder. And only for SAT to wake up one day and realize that it was an error they made some years ago. But then it was too late. She's not a PhD holder, right? She has become better. So I just felt I should make this point abundantly clear. Don't become discouraged from me and say, oh, because she had the first class. No. No, sir. No, ma. You can be the next person employed by the next CEO you see, regardless of the certificate quality. It is the quality of what you have between your ears that can get you the job. Anyway, let's go back to the business. Thank you very much, Oga Victor. I just felt I needed to put that out. Let's give him a round of applause as our sponsor and for giving those words of wisdom. And now to our keynote presentation that will open this session for us. After 21 years of working for probably the leading IOC in the country, Shell, this keynote speaker resigned and ventured into entrepreneurship by setting up Tri-Ocean Nigeria Engineering Limited in partnership with Tri-Ocean Engineering Limited of Canada, providing engineering and related services to the international oil companies in Nigeria. And in 2001, together with his partner, he bought out Tri-Ocean Engineering Limited and rebranded the company as Fairshores Limited. He subsequently formed Frontier Oil Limited with a group of like-minded professionals in 2001 to participate in the federal government of Nigeria's first marginal field program. Now, he has been president of the NGA. He has also been, he's a founding member of IPPG. He was chairman of Marginal Fields Operators Group as well. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, as well as a professional engineer and geoscientist of Alberta, Canada. As I said to you earlier, I prefer to call him Mr. Gas because of his passion for gas. Welcome, Engineer Dada Thomas.
Richmond, you're going to pay for all of this one day. Good morning, everybody. Let me stand on all existing protocols. It's wonderful to see a packed hall because Dicko told me that yesterday this was only about 30%. But today we see quite a good outing, and I'm very, very happy to see that. Congratulations to SPE. Go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide. Okay, I'm going to start off on a generational note because we've been talking about age here. And I think it's important to establish the demographics of this hall. And the reason is very simple. There's a hierarchy, there's a gap between the student members who are here and old codgers like myself who have been in the business for some 45 years. There's a gap, if you have children, between you and your children. The simple test is give them a cell phone, and the things they can do with that cell phone, you cannot do, okay? So let's establish what our generational value gap is. Let's start off with who are Generation Z. If you're born between 1997 and 2012, put up your hand in this hall. In your mind, okay? Okay, not many. Okay, who is a millennium? So we're getting a bit more. Who is a Generation X, born between 65 and 79? Okay, and then who is a baby boomer, right? 46 to 64. I'm the only one. you can see the depth. We've got at least 4 generations here. And that means that the ethics and the underlying principles by which you were brought up are different. Okay? And I think it's going to play a part in what I'm going to say. I was speaking with the panelists that you're going to listen to, and it was interesting to hear their stories, and you're going to be delighted to hear some of what they're going to say. But I'm going to share with you the singular baby boomers experience in how I managed to navigate and succeed in building a business in Nigeria. Okay? And of course, like everything else, you are the cumulative outcome of everything that happens to you from the minute you're born to where you are. Could you go to the next slide, please? It's a big world out there. It's a really big world. 8 billion people as of last year. Okay? And Nigeria is only 224 million people. And then there's only one of you. Okay? Only one of you. And somehow, you're going to have to find a way to survive, to compete, and to succeed out of 8 billion people. In an environment that has changed drastically from when I was young and I was your age to now. The Nigeria of today is vastly different to the Nigeria of the 70s, to the Nigeria of the 80s, to 90s, and today. I'm sure if you listen to somebody who went to UI, University of Ibadan, and they tell you that they used to sleep in a single room, and they used to have served breakfast, dinner, and lunch, they used to have their laundry done for them, I'm sure you're going to tell them that they're lying. Am I right? But that was the way it used to be. That was the way it used to be. So it's a very competitive world out there, and the world has changed vastly simply because of information technology and the way information moves at this point in time. And of course, the nature of geopolitics. And now we have artificial intelligence coming into play to completely disrupt everything, the way we think, the way we do things. So this is the context of the experience I'm going to try and share with you vis-a-vis how you may perceive things. Okay? So it's a competitive world, and to make it even more complex, we have a world in which climate change has come to the fore. And you are in an industry that is under attack. So for the student members out there, should you be questioning an industry that has a future? That has a future. Solar doesn't exist at night. There are many days the wind does not blow. Narrative that oil and gas is dead and here forever, and that peak oil will be in 2035, and beyond that is going to fall off the cliff. I don't agree with them. I believe that the only way forward is a world of a hybrid mix of energies where oil, and especially gas, and then renewables will all have a part to play. And I believe that oil will be here beyond 2035. I believe that gas is going to be here much longer. Why? Because everything that forms the basis of civilization comes from oil and gas. So if you remove the energy element, there's still the pharmaceuticals and everything else that mankind depends on to exist. So don't be afraid that this is a sunset industry. It isn't. It's going to be here for some time. Next slide, please. Now, let's go back to the core of what I'm going to talk about. And when I was talking with the panelists earlier on, I started to laugh because I was hearing from them some of the things that I'm going to talk about now, about what has helped me, this 72-year-old man that you're looking at, to succeed in Nigeria against all odds. This is not an easy place to do business. And anybody who has succeeded in doing business in Nigeria should be hailed as a hero or a shiro. Everything is stacked up against you now. It used to be much easier. And I've just heard the Africa ARP talk about that this place has never seen so many regulations. I fully agree with you. To make it worse, we have regulators who have weaponized regulation to stifle business, not to enable business. So what can be done easily in Angola or Ghana or Mozambique, it's a hell of a difficulty here. And you've got to contend with that. What has helped me in the past are some of what I'm going to share with you, okay, about building a sustainable and durable business in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. But I really think that this is not just about the oil and gas industry. I think if you're going to build a sustainable entity anywhere in the world, in my life. When I was a young student, I used to sell clothes on Oxford Street, okay, as my part-time job, you know. And there was a manager in that shop. There was a previous manager, and then a new manager came. The previous manager was a bastard. He treated the staff very badly, and that shop lost a lot of goods. People were stealing right, left, and center. Okay? The new manager came, and he treated people decently, and the sales in that shop shot up. You know, and I was observing this guy, and then I had a conversation with him one day. And I said to him, why do you do what you do? And he said, if you treat people decently, they would reciprocate it. Okay. Be fair and equitable to people, and you should see the results. That stuck in my mind, okay? And for me, what I've done since as an adult in going into the entrepreneurial world, remember, he said that I spent 21 years in Shell. That was my first grounding. And in all of that, when I came out, I had to rely on some of the things I'm talking about here. It is not in any specific hierarchy or order, but I found that these are the things that have helped me. First of all, you need to have a foundation of what I call equity. And what is equity? If you look at it philosophically or even spiritually, do unto others as you would like done to you. Be fair and equitable in your treatment of people. It's extremely important. The second thing is humility. There, but for the grace of God, go I. I'm always conscious of that. So, when your head is about swelling that I did this, calm down and realize that you're talented, you may be good, you may be fantastic, but there, but for the grace of God, go I, and let your foot, be grounded. Planning. Always think before you act. The time you spend planning and thinking things on paper in your mind is worth every penny because it makes the execution much easier. I grew up in Shell. As a process engineer, facilities. I'm a chemical engineer by background. Okay? The good ones. And I became a project manager. My last major project was the EA project before I resigned from Shell. Okay? And it is always beneficial to plan the work and walk the plan. Because when your plan, when all your good intention hits implementation, everything goes upside down. And when it goes upside down, your only savior is that at least you have a reference point from which you can rebase what you're doing. Plan the work and walk the plan. Okay? Perseverance. And Farouk is a good example of perseverance. Okay? Many people that you're going to hear from today are good examples of perseverance. In an environment that is chaotic, which is what we have in Nigeria today, if you don't have perseverance, you will jackpot. Okay? If you don't have perseverance, you're going to give up at the first obstacle. If you don't have perseverance, you're not going to pick up yourself up when you fall. If you don't have perseverance, at the first failure, you're just going to lie there and say, okay, I've done my best. Most successful business people globally have failed many, many times before you suddenly see that huge success. Most people don't know the litany of failures that underlies successful business people or those who succeed in whatever endeavor they're undertaking. Perseverance. If you link perseverance with passion, you can hardly fail. Passion, if you have a child who is passionate about doing something, as a parent, your job is to encourage them. Because passion is that quality that makes you wake up by yourself. Nobody has to ginger you. Nobody has to ask you to do something. The fire is burning inside you. Passion is that thing that makes you wake up or make you pick yourself up, makes you never give up. Because it is what you desire, it is what you want, it's what you exist for. If you have an employee who's passionate, you're a lucky person. If you have a child who's passionate, you're a lucky person. If you are passionate, you're blessed. Because with passion, you can move mountains. Belief. If you don't believe in yourself, if you don't believe in that dream, who's going to believe you? How are you going to sell it? How are you going to sell it to somebody else who's got plenty of opportunities to invest in, and you've come to pitch to him or her, but you're plain vanilla. You can see that this man, you're talking and there's nothing, he can't feel you. He can't see that you truly are invested or vested in this thing. Why would he put his money into you and not into that person that's showing passion, that's showing fire? You have to believe. Many times your belief is going to be shaken. Your belief is going to be tested and it's going to be tried. But if you truly can see it in your head that others can't, you have to communicate that belief to the others so that you win them over. If you can do that, you're on your way. And then, something which I find is a problem in Nigeria. People are focused on money, not creating wealth. There's a difference between money and creating wealth. If you create value, if you go out there to intentionally create value, the money is automatic. Bill Gates outmaneuvered IBM, okay? And within a few years, 90% of the world was using his product because the product offered value. Nobody takes money out of their pocket and gives it to you if there's nothing in it for them. If you focus on creating value as your primary objective, everything else shall be added onto you. Smart and hard work. I don't. Most entrepreneurs, they work extremely hard. They work 10, 12, 15, 16, 20 hours a day. When other people are sleeping, they are working. When other people are relaxing, they're working. But don't just work hard. Please work smart. Work smart and hard, and you're on your way to what I would call success. All these things have helped me. And I think that what I've listed here, if I look at many jurisdictions, I've lived in different continents and different countries. I think these values apply generally. In Nigeria, we're too focused on making money and not creating value. So I'm talking to the young Gen Z guys out there and women. Please think of creating value. If you create value, and if you combine it with some of these things I've talked about, there's something that I've left out. The team. There's a saying that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone, right? But if you want to go far, you go together. If you want to do something that is sustainable, you've got to build the right team. You've got to get the right skill set around you. So that together, 1 + 1 in a good team is not 2. 1 + 1 is more than 2. If you have a good team, you will carry the burden together. You will synergize your ideas, you will brainstorm, and you will find the best and optimal pathway to solving solutions. A good team with a good product will always get the money. There's lots of money out there, plenty of money. And even in Nigeria, which is contrary to many government officials' thought process that this is the land of sunshine, no. Even Nigeria can attract the money as long as the product is good and the team is good. Those are the two things that investors are looking for. If you can do that, and if you create a value, if you create value, that means that the product is good. If you surround yourself with a good team, that means that everything is gelling together and people will put their money behind you. So those are the things that I have tried to use to help me to get to where I am today. Next slide, please. Go on to the next one. Okay? personal attributes, but those attributes are also applicable to the corporate entity that you're going to build ultimately. For the oil and gas sector, you need the following. You need technical capacity. Okay? You need financial capacity. There's no idea in hell that will come to fruition in this world if there's no money to back it. You can dream all you want, anywhere you want, anywhere in the world. If nobody's going to put cash into that thing, it will never come to fruition. And then there's what I call national reach, and I'm being politically correct here. In the Nigerian oil and gas industry, unfortunately, if you don't have political connect, it go hard though. It is unfortunate. In other climes, you don't need that. You don't need that. You just need the three. But here, you're going to have you have to reach somebody who has influence. Because you may scale all the technical, but at the last minute, there's that thing that is waiting for you that will require some connect, some influence. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality of the situation we find ourselves. Okay? That is the four-legged stool that you need to cobble together to form a complete picture. If you want to build a successful oil and gas company in Nigeria of today. It wasn't like that in the past. Unfortunately, it is. We've elevated our political community into demigods. And they don't add value, but they grab value from you. Okay? It's unfortunate, but this is the reality of the landscape you're going to have to navigate to build a successful oil and gas company in Nigeria. And when I say oil and gas, I'm an operator, so I'm at the apex of the chain. But there are service systems that are connected to that. It's one ecosystem, so it's applicable. Next slide, please. There has to be an intentionality about how you structure your path to success. And what do I mean by that? You're going to have to intentionally align the stars. Okay? You're going to have to align the opportunity. You're going to have to align the money and put yourself in the center of things and make those things align properly. I have gone through many, many attempts to align this, and it didn't work, and I failed. And it's in my late age that I've realized where my failure was, okay? And I'm giving it to you now free of charge because it is our duty to ensure that those coming behind us learn and do better than us, okay? You must align the opportunity, the money, and yourself. Now, where are the opportunities? You guys, when I say guys, this is a genderless statement, okay? You're sitting at the cusp of a huge opportunity in Nigeria today. The revolution, seismic revolution that's happening in Nigerian oil and gas industry has never happened before. What's happening today has paled into insignificance the marginal field round of 2003 and all the subsequent bid rounds of 2010, 2014, 2017, 2020. Do you know what I'm talking about? You don't know what I'm talking about. If I showed you a picture of the Niger Delta oil system and onshore Nigeria in 2010, there were only a handful of indigenous operators. If I showed you that picture I should have actually done this. You know, if I showed you that picture in 2014, the color blue, being indigenous, became more. But still, the bulk of the acreages were held by the IOCs. If I showed you that picture today, onshore is virtually all blue. Why? Why? The 30% of SPDC, who virtually owned the country, 80 years ago, and then others came, has now been bought by Renaissance, an indigenous group. Many of you know them. Renaissance. Okay? The 10% of total interest in SPDC has just been bought by this company. Okay? The Oando has just bought the NAOC interest. Okay? Seplat has just taken over NPNU. If you drive past number 1 Lekki House, what do you see? Seplat Energies. What does that mean? The IOCs have moved to deep offshore, leaving the shallow waters and the onshore essentially to the indigenous operators. The investment, which has not come for the last 15 years in Nigeria, is on the cusp of coming. The opportunity to return to 2-3 million barrels of oil a day is here. When I was in Shell alone used to produce 1 to 1.5 million barrels of oil a day. One company. Today in Nigeria is doing 1.4, if you believe the figures. Okay? If you believe the figures. But the opportunity to ramp up Nigeria's production, okay, and get that oil out of the ground before it becomes worthless, so they say, okay, is here. It's going to be done by Renaissance. It's going to be done by Oando. It's going to be done by Seplat. And remember that Seplat has done this before. You remember they took 4 OMLs, they took it from around 10,000 barrels to 80,000 barrels in under 3 years. So they know how to do it. So what does that mean? For those who are service providers, there's a huge opportunity because you can't ramp up production without collaborating with service providers. For those of you who want to work in companies that would offer a good future, there's opportunities. Why? The Nigerian oil and gas industry requires the skill to man the positions that people like I used to man in those days. They're going to need geologists, they're going to need facilities engineers, they're going to need HSC engineers, they're going to need everybody. So whether you want to be an employee working in a good entity with growth prospects or you want to be an entrepreneur, the landscape is changing, has changed, and will continue to change. Okay? So don't think that, oh, this industry is dead. Nigerian oil and gas is dead. Many people are surprised that indigenous companies could win this degree of control of reserves and production. But I assure you that those companies are the best companies that could have won those bids. And those companies are well managed. Their leadership have proven themselves over the last 40 years in this industry, and they have a vision which will drive growth. Growth means opportunities for everybody sitting in this room. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what does it take to succeed in the Nigeria of today? I'm not 30 or 40, I'm over 70. Ask yourselves, of some of the attributes that I've talked about, will they be successful in Nigeria of today? Or have the country changed and the environment changed so much that they won't? It's up to you. Also, secondly, do you necessarily have to limit your horizon to Nigeria? Africa is begging for expertise. This is the greatest resource pool of oil and gas knowledge in Africa. And there are not many developing countries with the expertise that exists in Nigeria today. So think of it, how vast the opportunity is. And what values are you going to pass on to your own children? I mean, I'm talking to you, I'm telling you about, doing things ethically, treat others as you like to treat yourself. Is that relevant for you? Or am I talking nonsense? Okay? And that's why I wanted to establish the value demographics in this room when I started. Is this old school man just talking nonsense? Or are some of the things he's saying, does it make sense? Okay? Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So I just want to wish all of you who are Gen Z or millennial or whatever you are, success. Don't lose faith in this industry. It's got many, many years to go. Many of you can retire in the oil and gas industry because the future is still bright. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
So where are the Gen Zs that want to retire in the industry? Do like this. Gen Zs that want to retire in the industry. So you've picked all the nuggets that Engineer Thomas has left on the table for you. Take them beyond your notepad and put them in your heart. There's something Engineer Mao said a year or two ago about entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs. The people who, though they work for companies, run the company as though it's their own. They have an entrepreneurship mindset. So that is where men like this are coming from. Having worked for Shell for 21 years, I'm sure he's doing well because while he worked for Shell, he did also serve Shell well with all that he had. And he's out now doing his own thing. So don't go working for that company and say, Engineer Dada said, one day I'll be my own CEO. Woo, duh, I do it as I like. Duh, you'll be stuck there. Pension, back. Anyways, let's move on to our panel now. Now, we're going to adjust this room a little bit. It's not stressful. All I need, those facing me now, this first half of the room facing me, all I need you to do is, when I say it's time, just stand up, turn your chair this way, and face this way. Right? Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. When I say it's time, just stand up, turn your chairs, and face this way. That's all. Those who are on the other half, stay as you are. I mean, you understand why we're doing this. We're having a round table, and you're already facing the table. They are back in the table. I don't want them back in the table. Let's get to the business. Odion, I need you to put someone to stand behind that chair there. The chair on the table. No. Yeah, there, right there. That's where the moderator is going to sit, right? So where you can sit all the others as you please, but the moderator will sit on the chair behind you, right? As you please is the same chair. Don't just she'll do the needful. Okay, let's get into the business of the panel without much ado. First off, I'd like to invite our first panelist, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Nova Resources, a majority owner of the resources. She's a majority owner of the company and heads one of Nigeria's foremost indigenous oil and gas servicing companies. Under her strategic leadership, the company has partnered with industry giants such as Halliburton, Schlumberger, Weatherford, and BOTL India, executing transformative projects across Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa. She began her career with Baker Hughes. Let's welcome Mrs. Sandra Ekpe Aho. Please proceed. Thank you very much. Joining her is the Managing Director of CAGL Global Company Limited and has experience of over 17 years in business operations in the oil and gas industry, having worked for SLB and Weatherford. Let's welcome Mr. Courage Enes. Please proceed. On the panel, we'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer and founder of SNL Technology Services. The company is a leading oil and gas technology solutions company and is also the authorized sales and service center for Swagila Company in Nigeria. Let's welcome Ladi Shoyombo. Please proceed. For those of you who are desiring to jackpot after everything Oga Thomas have said, listen. This next panelist haven't served a Fortune 500 company in America for over a decade and helped them raise funds and worked efficiently and effectively for them. I won't go into all of that details. Returned to Nigeria in 2015 and founded the company called WPE Solutions Limited, an EPC and energy consultancy company that serves clients within the Nigerian oil and gas sector. And he serves as the CEO responsible for the company's overall performance and financial growth. Welcome, Engineer Farouk Mohammed. Ex-Jacquarian. He's an ex-Jacquarian. Now, for those of you who are beginning in the academia and you are asking when would the light shine, listen. This next panelist started his career with PTDF as a gas research group research associate at the University of Port Harcourt and was later seconded to PTDF and Lesser Engineering Afan Petroleum Consortium as a gas engineer. He would later go on to work for Shell for many years and worked in different positions for Shell. Currently, he joined a leading indigenous oil and gas service company called Sequest Exploration and Production Services Limited as managing director and CEO, and has since revamped and consolidated the services offered by the company to include a wide range of services. Welcome, Engineer Etta Agbo, our incoming Vice Council Chairman for SPE Nigeria Council. All right, so our next panelist is a dynamic investor, operator, and company builder. Currently, he is the Chief Executive Officer of Trexem Holdings, a privately held company with a mission to acquire, develop, and manage businesses in the energy and industrial sectors. Welcome, Oluwatife Odusonya. Okay, I've just been told that he's an ex-Jacquarian. Welcome back. Yes, he returned back from New York. Yo, man, yeah, all you see, yeah. All. Anyways. But you've got to believe in this country for you to succeed in this country. So who will do us the honor of driving this conversation beautifully? Would welcome one who has experiences that spans different industries. She's had leadership roles in Coca-Cola Africa, at Access Bank, and at Titan Trust Bank. But currently, she's the transformation director for Pernod Ricard and the founder of Vision Uplift, a thriving community platform supporting working mothers in career and business. Welcome, Mrs. Barong Asiodu, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you may, kindly just turn your seats just like this. Just stand, turn it this way, and let's face the round table. That's all you're doing. So the direction of the session chair is going to make room for some of our dignitaries around that chair. So if he's speaking to you, kindly cooperate with him, please. Sound. See now, let me offer more. Please listen to our section director. He's going to make way for some of our leaders. As you all know, as you all can tell, our leaders have paid their dues and deserve the honor they get at events like this. By the way, speaking of leaders, another of our BOT is here, Engineer Sheya Falabi, a most distinguished member. Please give a round of applause of SPE. One of the first female engineers to walk upstream in this industry when it was not fashionable. You're welcome. All right. I will need to pass my mic to the moderator. Give the other. Where are the microphones? Oh, yeah, now. Okay. Mrs. Asiodu, hold on to this one. Okay, you have one too. Okay, fantastic, sir. So, you have one too? You have one. Brilliant. And now we're talking.
I just hold on to it.
please, can just say something. Let's one after the other. Moderator, say something, please.
Say something.
Go ahead, please. Let's hear you.
Say something. Can you hear me? I think the battery is low.
Moderator is speaking.
Speak again. Hello.
Moderator is speaking. Let's
It's not on.
Are you working on it? Do I have time to wait or should I proceed with the handheld? Proceed with handheld, okay. Ma'am, hold on to this one. Is it on? There? Okay, let's no leave it, wait, it's just hold on to this one for now. Sound. Let me leave this one here for now. Just in case we need to. Sure. Please proceed.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. I would like to formally welcome our distinguished guests and professionals, fellow professionals. And I would like to quickly kick into this session. I know that we have been actively anticipating the discussion. So I would like to go for us to go around the table with a quick introduction, 5 minutes. I've been warned prior to this session that we're going to be timed. So 5 minutes is 5 minutes, 1 minute is give us a brief introduction, just telling us about your journey before we go straight into the questions.
Okay. Hi. Hi. Hello. Good morning, all. Starting Resisting Protocol. My name is Corey Jonas. I'm the MD of CGL Global. Started in 2016. We operate out of Port Harcourt and Lagos. We have staff, right? And we have many production, completion, and we'll do a little bit of marine as well. Okay, so it's been a good journey, and I have a partner, okay, called this Obrike. Both of us, our background is ESA and Weatherford, right? And it's been an interesting journey. Have some breaks or stumbling blocks here and there. I have some people on this table with me that know my story. Fortunately, and one or the other, they've been great.
Good morning, all. My name is Sandra Ao. I'm the MD CEO of Noranova Resources Company Limited. We operate out of Port Harcourt, but we have a lot of salespeople. Some stationed in Lagos, a few in Abuja, some in Benin, Warri, and a few in Port Harcourt. It started as a two-man company. I have a partner. His name is Mr. Kenny Okoli. He's a legacy employee of Melvin. He built Melvin to where it is today until he left some years ago. Myself, I am a legacy staff of Baker Hughes. I started my career in Baker as a STEM girl child. I read mathematics and computer science. And over the years, I've tried to improve my career and gain other knowledges in the petroleum industry. Ranova is more of a woman-owned, woman-led, with me being the majority shareholder. It started off as a small business. We majorly started running bridge plugs and cement retainers, the plug and abandonment portfolio, partnering with BOT India, a former manufacturing plant of Baker Hughes. Baker went to India and established a manufacturing plant and exited, handed over the plant to the Indians, and since then we've been partnering with them. They are not operational in Nigeria, but we have successfully run over 70 of the bridge plugs. We have the service tools to run the plugs and cement retainers on drain pipes and wireline. Our personnel are able to deploy these plugs on location or both onshore, offshore, and swamp location. But over the years, through collaboration and mentorship and having strong industry connections, we've been able to secure more partnerships with Schlumberger, Halliburton, Weatherford. And we've done so many jobs in the upstream sectors. We've executed over 10 contracts in the completion space, down to wireline logging, liner hangers, casing, patching, just name it, right? We've been there, and we've done major jobs as well for the IOCs and the NOCs. Right now, we have over 12 contracts in our portfolio that are open, that are yet to be executed. And we are moving into the HPHT space, where we've won several jobs for the customer, mostly for completions. I'm a completions guru, be it upper, lower, pack, well intervention. That's my baby. I did 2 years in the US, Midland, Odessa, the US land, and 8 years in Nigeria with Baker Hughes. And Baker has really given me the foundation to really stand. And I moved from field deployment to operations to inventory management to business collection, down to revenue collection and business development. And I'm well grounded in the industry. And I'm proud to say that I'm a STEM girl and competing in the space with a lot of engineers. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to share my story. My story is very interesting. I wouldn't be here without God and without the industry mentors who are the he for she that are willing to support us. Thank you, and I hope that my journey would inspire everyone here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ladi Shoyombo. I'm the chairman and CEO of SNL, Swedlock Nigeria. I'm riding on the protocol already established. I'm a petroleum engineer by training. I used to work with a company that was listed on the London Stock Exchange, and they were developing assets here in Nigeria. Before I moved into working with some local companies also that had bought some assets from Shell as a production technologist. I'm really inspired by, impacting and, mentoring people because I'm also a product of mentorship. The chair for Lagos here of SP, we did a master's together in Heriot Watt. So it's been a friend, and SP has become part of my target as a leader in the industry to just impact, because I can see where I came from and the impact that we can make. Just speaking from what Engineer Dada Thomas has said, we're speaking before this event commenced. I believe the opportunity is huge. There is a large value chain of where people can play. The inspiration is that with this evolution of, oil and gas companies becoming energy companies, is just a large opportunity for Nigeria. Our work at SNL, Swedlock in itself is a Fortune 500 company, and we are the owners of Swedlock Nigeria. And we've been operating for 15 to 20 years now and servicing all E&P companies as well as midstream, downstream, and even industries like transportation and all that. But my desire and hope from this conversation is to just share some tips of, there's a part of luck, as you say, God, grace, that is part of the journey. But just to share some quick tips of how one can navigate the journey and be inspired by some of the stories and the potential that is within the industry, to be able to maximize and obviously add value to this energy evolution that is going on. I mean, it is here. The integration of upstream, downstream, midstream, it's happening now, and I believe that with that right knowledge and inspiration and mentorship, locally we can maximize the next level in the industry. So thank you, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bolo Dusoya. I'm with Trexan. Unlike a lot of people here, I'm not a STEM baby, nor am I an engineer. I actually started my own career in the not interesting business of banking. So I spent a few years in investment banking. I did private equity, which was investing in helping to grow companies. And it was where, for me, the light bulb of transforming communities, businesses with capital really came about. I remember in 2010, 11, Nigeria was going through the commodity super cycle, and I used to ping my old boss at the time, say, hey, we should really go to Nigeria. I think there's a lot happening here, blah, blah, blah. So we started to fly in here until I would say, convinced to move to Lagos. And it was with that I met Dr. Thomas in my old role. Interestingly, Courage and I started our businesses the same year. And we used to walk the halls of NPDC in Benin. So it's a full circle moment in that sense. But as it were, there really, every day I look in Nigeria, there really is just a wealth of opportunity. And it just takes each and every one of us looking at the opportunity in the right way to harness it and really grow the country. We don't lack anything as a people, as a country. We have to start to look inward. The answers to our problems are not outside. And that's why I decided to do the uncomfortable thing, live in an expatriate life, to go and work in Benin. I've never been to Benin before. You go from doing deals you read about in Wall Street Journal to trying to understand what wireline and blah, blah, blah are. For me, it was rough and tumble, but I was determined to make something of it solo. And for each and every one of us here, there's a lot of jargon which I hope we can kind of explain for the non-engineers like myself. But the thesis still is the same. I think there's a super cycle, Dr. Thomas has said, about to start. Whether you do it as an individual, you do it within a business, there are lots of opportunities. We're all here happy to share ours as a means of inspiring others. We all, in one way or the other, got mentored, maybe not in forums like this, sometimes one-on-one, but a lot of that is individual, and you all have to seek it out in your own way. I certainly had to. But there are people willing to give opportunity. But I always say one thing. Opportunity is cheap to give away. Trust is difficult to earn. Right? And trust has to be earned. It's not given. And every day you go out there, you say something and you do it, you earn trust. The
So my name is Eta Agbo. I'm fully Nigerian. Yeah, for clarity. Yeah, I know. I didn't read Jakba. I'm fully Nigerian, and I'm an example or an epitome of the Nigerian success story. I didn't come from a service background. I came from the E&P background. So delving into services was a bold move, yeah. So I started off my career from University of Port Harcourt right after graduating as a petroleum engineer. By the way, I was also a chapter president of University of Port Harcourt, in those days. Yeah, and I think I won so many awards as a chapter president. So once you graduate and you make a certain result, more like not forcing you, but getting you to stay back. So I started off as a graduate assistant. I was fortunate to work with Ikoku, Professor Musumu, Professor Onyekon, who was then the PTDF gas research. He was sitting on the chair for PTDF, so he recruited a lot of us, and I started off as a PTDF gas research associate. We did the gas master plan. We did all the cluster. We delineated the entire Nigerian gas characterization and delineation into all the clusters. It was part of his inaugural lecture. A key component of Professor Onyekon's inaugural lecture. So from then, and we did this in conjunction with the NNPC, then. And from then, I'm a bit restless, From then, I moved on to Orion Energy as a reservoir engineer. 6 months later, I became the lead reservoir engineer. And from day one that I entered Orion Energy, I'm like, okay, we've got to change the space. And my MD was like, what are you talking about? I don't want to mention projects. I said, there's a project here that we need to do. He said, okay, what do you mean? I said, why are we not doing the project? He said, what do you mean? I said, we need to talk to Mr. A, to Mr. B, and get this project going. So it's full value creation. Pick the asset, mature the asset to first oil. He said, okay, how do you want to do it? I'm like, I just need your permission to do it. He said, go ahead. The following day, I showed up in his office with an NDA. I said, can we sign this NDA? He said, how did you get this NDA? I said, I got it from the company I told you we were going to get it from. He said, okay, you referred me to the legal guys, we signed the NDA, and we picked up the project, and the project continued. Right after that, I'm like, what's next for me to do? By the way, I have a master's degree in gas engineering, also in Nigeria. You've got to know that. So what's next? Shell came. The opportunity to work for Shell came. I interviewed for Shell, went for the interview, and then Shell Recruitment Day. All you Shell guys, you know it. And then after that, I came back. I had a paycheck from Shell that was not too different from where I was coming from. So I had a chat with my MD. I said, I need to go. He said, go to where? I said, I need to leave. He said, to where? I said, to Shell. He said, if I'm looking for the best reservoir engineer, just like I headhunted you, I can headhunt any reservoir engineer in the world. But there's something you came with, and he showed me. The consultant that hired us used to be a 25 years reservoir engineer from Chevron. He made a comment. He said, do whatever you can. I didn't see that comment until this day. They do whatever you can to retain this guy. We cannot describe these qualities. They are innate qualities. We can't put it on a job description, but it comes with some qualities. Do whatever you can to retain him. He opened my folder. I said, oh, I have a folder in this office. He opened it and showed me and said, you have to stay. I'll match Shell's salary. I said, we are working on just one block. I want to dirty my hands. Shell is a place that will give me an opportunity to dirty my hands. So please, let me go. You see, I will still continue to support this dream of yours, but let me go to Shell. And that was how I went to Shell. And indeed, Shell is a finishing school. I went there. Shell gave me the opportunity. I've been very fortunate. There's no aspects of the entire end-to-end value chain of the oil and gas industry that I didn't have an opportunity to be part of. From design to studies, to drilling the well, to testing the well, to producing, to everything, I had an opportunity to do that. And from the day I entered Shell, I gave myself 5 years. I said, I'm going to stay here 5 years, and I'll leave. But I ended up staying over 15 years. Thank you. But at some point, I also became restless. I said I had to go. I looked at Shell. I'm like, oh, okay. When will I become the MD? Is that even my aspiration? I looked at everything. I said, okay. You know, your mind gravitates towards your strongest thoughts. You know, while people were thinking of going for cross-posting for very good reasons, but that wasn't my thought. I'm looking at you, Diko. We are very good friends. I said, that wasn't in my mind. Cross-posting wasn't in my mind. What do I want? I want to send people for the cross-posting. That was what was in my mind, right? And in everything I did, Shell had conflict of interest. I declared 4. My manager called me. I said, yes, you said we should declare if we have. I've declared, 4 of them. And a time came when I felt I should leave. After I've missed my first 5 years, a time came in 2019 I wanted to leave. That's when I started thinking, Sequest has been existing since 2014, So I was actually ready to leave. My mentor, my manager, Bayo Julari, used to say, be willing to stay, happy to go. I was willing to stay, but more happier to go. So I keyed into that vision, and we're ready to leave by 2019. A couple of us came together. What do we want to go and do? We can't even get the assets to run, but let's do something different. And by which time we've had opportunity to work with service providers. We saw the gaps in the service delivery, in the end of operations report, in the way they deliver the services, in the outcomes and all that. We said, okay, let's go be the difference. We used to hear of Nigerian service providers. None in this room is that kind of service providers, and there are lots that are also doing very, very well. But we used to hear that Nigerian service providers are briefcase portfolio. Yeah, they just pick it and go and give to other companies to do. Like I said, nobody here is that. They're all excellent people. And we said, we just need to be the difference. And then we set out to go and, operationalize Sequest fully. With the nimble portfolio, narrow funnel, with the background I have as a reservoir engineer, we wanted to provide the integrated, reservoir engineering service. However, this time we want to be able to acquire the data, design, acquire, interpret, analyze, and present the reports. Very simple. Of course, when we got out, it was a different ballgame entirely, which we're going to discuss here. There's a difference between strategy, there's a difference between aspiration, there's a difference between ambition, there's a difference between, tactical delivery. We saw that in our face, and we're a little bit flexible. We're able to, regroup, reorganize, and the nimble portfolio became very big, and then we swam in it for a while, and now, as you can see, we have a group that we've been able to now have strategic units, and we are poised for growth, for the next big change in the oil and gas industry. But thank you. That's just for a start. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to say I am 100% Nigerian. Even though my ancestry DNA says I am 45% Senegalese. So just FYI. Okay, so my name is Farouk. My name is Farouk. I am the CEO of WP Solutions. And I have a bachelor's in chemical engineering. And not too many people wake up to say they want to study chemical engineering. The reason is actually because I have 2 older siblings studying mechanical engineering. So then my father says, what do you want to study? I said, chemical engineering, not knowing what I'll be walking into. So at the time, actually, that I graduated, I was living in Connecticut. And in Connecticut, you either work for either General Electric, GE, or United Technologies Corporation. Shortly after that, I started my MBA. So it's either you work for those 2 companies. As much as I enjoyed engineering, I was leaning more towards the business side of things. And I think in the back of my mind, I always knew at some point I would want to relocate back to Nigeria. So in doing so, I was fortunate to get recruited into a leadership program in operations, which pretty much is supply chain, quality, and manufacturing. So they give you rotations. So in doing that, I said, you know what? Even though I end up working for United Technologies, which at the time was a conglomerate aerospace company, people say, how do you have a chemical engineering degree and you're working in an aerospace company? Well, the reason is because I actually started with supply chain, and I wanted to focus on something I could transpose by the time I migrated over to another industry, which was the oil and gas. So the first half of my career was in aerospace, where we made engines for military and commercial airlines, eventually moving into an E&P company. So an E&P company, I was in contracts, I was in procurement, I was in supply chain. So when you're doing the tenders and you're looking at all these different services and you're looking at all the margins, and there's something that kind of happens, I think, in the U.S. I know they said we japada, right? That's the word. So there's something that happens around your early 30s. Of course, when you're young, you're thinking, you know, I want to be vice president of this company. And then when I started to do the math, I said, I don't want to do this for 40 years. It'll be time to retire. But with that said, I always knew Nigeria, being a developing country, would have opportunities. So with that, in 2015, the company I was with went under, and I felt that was my calling to come back home. So I set up WP Solutions, and similar to you, walking up and down the corridors of companies, MPDC, NNPC, marginal field operators, the whole 9 yards. But eventually, through that, I actually, the MD of First EMP ended up being a mentor of mine. And he said, you know what, Farouk, I'll support you. He said, I see a lot of young guys come in, and I ask them, what do you do? And they say, we do everything, right? And that's a no-no in oil and gas. The idea is you want to actually focus on a service, right, or two or three, but have a core, so you can have core competencies. I think a lot of young folks, they come in, they might want to do everything. So anyways, with that, we set up WPE, and it's been a journey. There have been tough nights, tough days, but I'll tell you this, as an entrepreneur, there's nothing more worth than really self-sustaining, especially when you see the growth and the value. Again, we'll get into more details with the questions that come, but one of the things I find fulfilling is actually impacting other people's lives, you know, employees and such. So again, we'll go more in details with this. Thank you. And again, a big shout out to the young folks. I'm a big advocate for talent development and mentorships and mentees, so I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I dare say we have a very impressive lineup of speakers today, from journeys and stories that could last 5 hours to very interesting stories from the only STEM girl, to tips and inside information to those who have reverse Japa. Japa? Japa. Okay, thank you. To full circle moments and walking the corridors of different government parastatals, to sector transitions and making bold moves, and to learning transferable skills. We have it all today. So please join me once again to welcome our impressive speakers. Over the next few minutes, long minutes, I plan to take us on a journey from foundation to the future. And I would go straight in by asking Sandra, what inspired you to venture into the oil and gas industry, particularly as a woman in a male-dominated field? And what drove your passion to build Noranova Resources?
Okay. Good morning once again, and thank you all. So, as Elia said, my journey started in Baker Hughes. It's been an amazing experience, you know, working with Baker. I had both international and local exposure, and I'd gained a lot of experience working across all spectrum of the services that Baker offered, from field development, deployment down to running operations, and like I said, inventory management down to billing and collection, then chasing revenue, of course, chasing opportunities, closing deals, and business development in general. So for me, this broad exposure had given me, a broad understanding of what the industry takes, the sources and challenges. So for me, involving in this sector, right, really exposed me to, knowing what I wanted. Do I want to chase the career to become the MD of Baker or not? And especially having a lot of male in the room. I had a few, or let's say a lot of challenges. When you go to the rig, you're the only girl in the rig. Then when you come to the office, you're just only two, everywhere men. Before you start walking like a man. Yeah, talking like a man. Can hardly keep girlfriends, men everywhere. So, but that was the foundation, and it gave me a good foundation. I had very good training in Baker, be it on the job training, or web-based training, or in-class training, whatever it is. It was just all round. And for me, it was also beyond these experiences as well. There were gaps, right, in the system. And these gaps were, at the point where you become an account manager, you're the face of the business, and you're the one liaising with the channel partners, the local companies. And I discovered that while working in Baker, all the local companies were all men. There was no woman. And apart from that, I also discovered that they depended on a lot of us, people like us, to help win the job, close deals, execute the job, do end-over reports, chase the money until it hits the bank. They were only interested in the markup. They were not interested in getting involved, in doing the jobs. So for me, that was a gap I wanted to close. I wanted to make an impact. I knew I could do it, and I wanted to sit at the table, just like now. I'm here among all the men here, and that was one of my driving factors. Then, of course, the locals knew, the local companies understood the NCDMB policy of, ensuring that the multinationals cannot work in land and swamp locations without their partnership. So, that drive that came from NCDMB to empower the local content was also a driving factor. I knew that, it was a broad space, and they were opening up, these opportunities for more locals. And most importantly, they were driving diversity and inclusion. So I knew, when there were no, much women in that space, I needed to come on board because I would have the support of NCDMB, and they will, of course, in most cases, give you that exposure that you want. And as I advanced in my career, came post-COVID era, a lot of companies, IOCs had to exit. And while they were exiting, I knew that the multinationals would follow someday. In Baker, technologies were coming up where they could drill from Houston. More technologies are coming up. And I know that even in Middle East, a lot of these multinationals are not existing in some of these places. The locals have taken over. They just buy materials from these companies, and they do the services themselves. So I knew very soon that these multinationals will leave just the way the IOCs are leaving. So the question is, how do I position myself so that when these companies are leaving, I will be the preferred company to hand over to? So, of course, I took the bold step in deciding to leave. And also then, there came the rise in oil demand, and of course, opportunities. It created opportunities and challenges, and it created more gaps with the increased need to increase production. One of the in this industry, there are a few challenges that as an operator you must meet. Of course, number one, aside securing your assets, you must need a rig. And now everybody's running helter-skelter. They can't get a rig to do their job. Then after that, you need to secure your long lead items. We know that the national operators, not all, very few of them are good planners, but a lot of them do not plan on time. Like the IOCs, they take 3 months and wake up and say, hey, I want to complete this well. Why are you going to complete the well when you don't have, or drill, when you don't have your OCTG pipes or your completion equipment that take 1 year, 6 months to be manufactured? You know, and a lot of the services in this upstream sector, they're more of rental. You know, when you go, you're drilling to, you run it and come out of well. Almost all the services, apart from well completion and OCTG, of course. And well completion is where I have my expertise. So I knew.
Let me pause there because I don't want you to take up the expertise question. Yeah. I want to go over to Etta and, you know, following that line and say, given your extensive technical background with Shell, what parts of your training would you say best prepared you for building Sequest Group?
Yeah, thank you. So like I said, Shell is a finishing school, right? I had the opportunity again to go through the entire end-to-end value chain of the oil and gas industry, end-to-end, up till oil in the tank, up till the sales point, you know. But again, what is most instructive is what you spoke about, planning. So today, and this is not giving out proprietary information, but Shell has a lot of projects in the shelf that they have planned and they are ready to execute. Just maybe the economics is not right, or the political climate is not ripe, or they have not checked the tech-up spectrum. That project has not completely checked the entire tech-up spectrum, so it's still there. But they have planned. You know, what does it take? How many barrels are we looking at? What's the opportunity? How many wells are we going to drill? Where will the long lead item comes? Where is the rig going to be? Who is going to be the end buyer? How many service providers are going to be part of this project? Where will the budget come from? Where will be the subsurface engineers we're going to recruit? We have a big project that is going to come up, so we need to prepare, recruit ahead of it. Everything rises and falls on planning. So in addition to having access to world-class technical expertise, world-class peer support, hands-on experience, planning was one of those key, elements. The ability to retain. What I'm sure the challenge everybody on this table is having is retention of key staff. Yeah, the ability to retain. Shell has a way of ensuring that they call it, they try to retain some very critical staff, for the future. So the ability to do that, so starting out with Sequest, it's very easy when you have the entire strategy in your head, but you need that one contract or that one project to be able to sustain operations going forward. So the question we had to answer, and primarily myself had to answer, how do I sustain, retain staff for a while? Because it's not the day I came out of Shell that we started hitting, getting the projects and, achieving cash flow. Yeah, minimally here and there. Remember I told you I declared up to 4 conflicts of interest. So Sequest has, basically been there for over how many years before I joined, right? However, we've got to plan for the future. And that meant ring-fencing maybe salary. First, putting a very nimble staff in place. We went with the consultant structure, project-dependent consultancy, where we bring in consultants on a project basis. So that will mean our base is very lean. We've got to be very lean, smart to move very fast. So we are not spending heavy on salaries, we had to do that. At the end of the day, it's all around planning. I recall in 2019, a couple of us were in China. We were trying to acquire, then still in active service, we're trying to acquire some equipment and all that. We're able to, syndicate the funds together, I don't want to mention figures. We're able to syndicate the funds together for slickline unit, for cementing unit, for coil tubing units and all that. We're ready and set to go. But COVID came. COVID actually met me in China in 2019. So there was COVID. Maybe we were not, everybody was not aware, but I found out that we were all using masks. We're all using masks and all that. And when I came back, I was set to leave Shell, and there's COVID, and there's everything. So we had to wait. I had to wait up until 2021. So planning was one of those. Yeah, you need the capacity, you need the integrity, yeah, but you must plan. Like one of us here mentioned, if you have to, it's a collection of integrity or delivery, right? You must have the technical capacity first. You want to go and compete with Baker Hughes. Right now, I want to compete with people who have service background. You can't do it if you cannot do the job. So first and foremost, you must be able to deliver the service. You must be able to deliver it efficiently, in a reliable manner, in a sustainable manner that shows that you're cutting costs, you're adding reserves, you're adding value to the company, you're adding reserves on time. So we're able to do all that, but everything rises and falls on planning. Now, after planning, your ability to react so you must now have several scenarios. Yeah, so your ability to react once you come across those challenges was also one of the key stuff we learned that I took away from Shell, the finishing school. Shell will plan for scenario 1, scenario 1A, 1B, 1C, scenario 2. So whatever comes at you, because you're ready, you're able to react. So that's one of the key stuff I took out from the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. As I heard you speak, I think one thing that was recurring was around planning. You can't plan enough, but I also heard you touch on team in terms of the structure and even the people. So my next question is to you, Farouk. With your experience at a Fortune 50 company, how have you applied these learnings to attract and retain talent at WFE Solutions while maintaining a healthy bottom line?
So, again, I think I was fortunate early in my career to be part of a leadership program. And in doing that, they paired us with mentors. And at the same time, we worked in a team setting. So for me, when I look at talent, when I look at individuals I bring into my organization, one of the key things I look at is the attitude, right? The character. There's a saying, or at least my saying is, I'd rather take a B-plus employee who's focused and dedicated and a team player than an A-plus who's not a team player. So I think they fostered and ensured that, it was a team setting. Typically, you would obviously work in a department that had objectives, and it would take the entire team to be able to achieve that objective. So taking that kind of learning and applying it into my business and ensuring whoever I bring in is a team player. And I think even before the professional environment, being a youngster, I was big on sports. And in sports, it's all about team. Once you learn that kind of mentality, it's easier for it to kind of be part of your daily livelihood.
Thank you. You can relate. It's all well and good to do this when you're starting out and it's a lean team. I think now the next challenge is how do you scale? And that question goes to Bolu. As an investor and an operator, how have you structured Trexim Holdings to scale and thrive beyond direct founder involvement?
All right, thanks. So I think it starts with when you start anything, right, there's an end goal in mind. The problem, I think Dr. Thomas succinctly put in his presentation is people think about the outcome, the value, the money, before they think about the process and the value, right? So if you're money driven, you are only thinking about what contract you can get right this minute. If, however, you are value and process driven, you would even take loss leading contracts because you get to build capacity and you get to build your team. And so when the other contracts come, you've made all your mistakes, and then you move forward. Two things we've done very well, I would say, is there's a big devolution of powers in our business. So whilst I'm a founder, I'm not a technical person. So it's simply stupid for me to try and sit with engineers in forcing how things should go, right? So there's a big trust factor we've incorporated in everything we do in our culture. The subject matter experts, if it's the engineer, makes the decision. If it's the supply chain person, we rely on that person, and vice versa. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing we're actually very proud of as well is a big influx of youth. So we started a graduate trainee program the year of COVID. So that was meant to be a graduate trainee program in person. But we had to go to Zoom. But what we got out of that program were, shout out to everyone who went to university in Nigeria here. Thank you for reminding some of us of our limitations. But I found if you find engineers who go particularly to universities here, they are technically one of the most sound engineers you get. Why? The answer is simple. There are people who have learned to, let me take a computer scientist. You've learned to write computer languages on paper that you've never had to do on a computer. You actually know it more than your counterparts in other countries, whether you like it or not, because there's a perseverance factor that has helped your learning. You've learned in spite of, not because of, right? Some of us, when I went to school, I had the privilege of going to school, I learned because it was there, and you had to do it. A lot of the engineers I found here learned in spite of, so they are much better for it later. And so when you put them in any situation, they don't shirk the responsibility or the challenge. They're like, you know what, let's go. We'll figure it out. And you see, you can't, that thing you said was innate in you, sir. You can't buy it. And I think that's what, a lot of us might have looked at it as a disadvantage, but it's your biggest advantage because you came from some people, nothing denied you of that degree. And anywhere in the world, some of you who probably went to Shell and Co and did cross postings, I'm sure when you went outside Nigeria, like, is this what you people are going to? This is water now, let's go. Yeah, and you did very, very well. And especially, I think, with Shell, you see, that's why there are a lot of you at the leadership positions, because you learn to succeed in spite of the challenges. And so that our graduate trainee program has been, I would say, our crown jewel, because you devolve powers to them. They're going to make mistakes. Let's be real. The question is making sure we don't make the same mistake twice and giving them responsibility early, right? It builds them up in a way that if they started their career at Shell, they wouldn't get those responsibilities because it's very structured. So those two things are why we've been able to scale multiple businesses. Our culture, first of all, the devolving powers to subject matter experts, and then that graduate training process. A lot of the people who are running some of the things we do in our company today started as graduate trainee engineers. So when we go recruiting for the next set of people, I don't have to speak. I introduce them to those guys, say, tell them your experience. And if that doesn't sell it to you, then you are not interested in doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very, very valid and practical tips for anyone that wants to venture into scaling, that's moving to the next level. Particularly one thing you yourself and Eta mentioned was pivotal moments being COVID. So whether it was to delay a decision or you had to be innovative in terms of how you administer the graduate trainee program. So based on this, my next question is to you, Ladi. And I want you to share specific examples of how SNL Tech has leveraged innovation to stay competitive, particularly in the fluid system solution space.
Yeah, thanks again. Clearly, our industry is quite high risk, high reward, right? Capital intensive. So the first thing for what we have been hearing across this table is, I believe you have to be customer obsessed. And we've heard how many people have been in the corridors of their customers every day. So basically, one is I'm customer obsessed, or as a culture, being customer obsessed than competitor obsessed. I of what the customer is trying to achieve. And that has helped us because as the leader, I came from the client side, right? So I understand when a client is saying they want to get a valve, there is a bigger picture. They are trying to sell gas, right? So I don't look at it as me just giving them a valve. So to be innovative, first of all, is before you come up with all those complex technology, the first thing is to understand what the customer really wants, right? And make sure that you are meeting them and meeting their needs, right? And providing value. For us, because we know that the industry is quite high risk, we tend to play very safe. And what I mean by making risk is we move strategically and use innovation as a way to sometimes limit the need of so much manpower. Also, there is the use of having consultants per project, right? We don't necessarily maintain certain staffs or a certain strength of staff, but per project we engage with engineers. And we have that flexibility. Now we are in a global space. I have people who work for us or do some consultancy, can be Nigerians in Dubai or in Canada, and obviously here as well. So basically that flexibility of saying I am allowing the customer drive my innovation and not me just feeling that this is innovative, they should take it. Well, I need to understand what the customer needs.
Thank you. So I market you have observed in the industry and how CGL Global has adapted to these changes.
Nigeria. I'm Nigerian. So I'll relate a little bit to the last speakers on the market trend. I think when I was go back to the see actually they love it. You know, even at times it costs more money, but they like it. Okay. When it was about living Weatherford, the idea was to look for I think NNPC came with the Project Gas, the year of the gas. There was a period they called the 10 years of gas. You know, it came up. Yeah, that's the kid. Yeah, so you now found out that there were a lot of innovations that were coming in. You know, so when we have the opportunity to go to NPDC in Benin, one thing that Bolu didn't say was, we arrive Benin and we go to our hotel room, we'll change our shoe. Because we had the shoe that used to trek, you know, if you know NPDC, there were 3 buildings. So the old one, yes, the old one. So you will trek up and down. So you go to the MD side, come down, go to the ED side, come down, come back, go to the back, go to the supply chain. It was a lot of work. So you don't want to use the shoe you want to use on Christmas Day and be working on all those movements. So, so when we travel, right, when you go to speak to the client, but before then you have to get new partners who are bringing new technologies. Okay, that's when the single trip in completions came about. Okay, we run that for Adamak, I remember correctly. We run the single trip for completions. I know you know what I'm talking about. So for drilling, we have to optimize as well and save cost. Okay, in everything, the client want to see you save them $1. They want to say that and minimize the risk, the exposure to anybody getting hurt in the industry. So when we go out there to tell you we can do this, we give you the value chain and tell you that, okay, if we plan correctly, we can produce this optimized tool for you with risk.
Now, one thing that is critical for sustainability is really taking note of the sustainability trends and the regulatory factors that can play a key role in your business. So, my next question to you is to Sandra, is as a UN Global Ambassador for Gender Parity Strategy, how do you think the industry can balance economic growth with sustainability and social responsibility, especially towards gender equity?
Okay, thank you for that question. From a previous question and answer, you heard when I said there was a gap, to close, to bring more women into the industry. And, when I got the UN Ambassador for Gender Parity, I was, we, not only me and others, were asked, and to empower the girl child. We all know that if you go to the schools these days, social media have taken the toll of the day. Now our young girls, not even only the girls, the guys, everybody feels that content creation is the new gold. So how do we bring our girl child and even the men back into the industry? A lot of my former colleagues in Baker, a lot of them are in Middle East working. There's a talent drain in the industry, and that also affects retaining talent. So how are we going to really drive in oil production and all we're saying on the table, the need to for the growth to continue, the economic growth, we need talent, and that has to do with every company getting involved in a CSRO initiative. For us, it's not just an initiative; it's more than that. Our goal, especially in a STEM girl child, every time I go to conferences, everybody sits on the table and talk about closing gender gap, but nobody is driving it to the communities. So for me, I started a foundation called Nurture Her STEM Development there's no resource to lens time or even to understand further mathematics. The teacher does not know how to teach it. So we are planning to move the less privileged girl child to a neighborhood environment, partnering with schools, and that way we can also help them, nurture them through secondary school down to university, give them IT positions, and bring them into the industry so that they can close the gap. I left the field a long time ago. I'm not sure that more going into the field now. I think we're still underrepresented and we need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. So, listening to you speak, I hear the foundational blocks being built for the future, and it's very commendable. Now, in terms of navigating the operational and current landscape, Etta, I would like for you to tell me, drawing from your experience with multiple operators, how do you navigate the complex regulatory environment in Nigeria's oil and gas industry?
Okay, so as we heard earlier, it's actually a tough environment to work with respect to permits and regulations and all that. So if you go to NIPEX, right, you see over 5,000 codes, and different categories, specialized categories, different categories. So what we've been able to do is to, carry all these codes from NIPEX as a start to delineate them into what permit suits our operations, Otherwise, you find yourself going for permit A, permit B, permit C, all the. So when you go for specialized categories, for instance, you'll be able to find out that most of your operations sit under different specialized categories. So what we did is we delineated them, and those we don't need, we let go. Those we need, we ensure that we're able to get those regulatory permits. But one thing I want to mention is that regardless of whether you get the job or not, if you have to be in business, you must be ready. So your permits must be green. So you either set up a quarterly review for it, or a monthly review for it, or a half-year review for it, but ensure that your permits are green. Because the first thing, the easiest way to knock you a bit is your permit. If you're not even live on the system, you won't even get the invite to start with, So as a matter of routine or as a matter of process, we ensure that maybe once a quarter or every 6 months, we review all the permits to ensure that we are constantly, green on the system. However, the nature of what we do, especially in the metering space, we also need to go for type approval, Some type approval lasts 3 years, some 2 years, and all that. We also need to ensure that it's a tricky. It looked tricky in the first time we tried it, but I think we're able to do it. It looks like a plug and play now. But for all our type approvals, we also track them to ensure that at every point in time they are green. Thank you.
So the key takeaway is green means go. When you were speaking, one thing that you subtly referred to was specialization. And Farouk, when you were earlier speaking as well, it was one thing that you touched on, not chasing too many things. And so my question to you is, what do you hope your legacy will be in terms of talent development and local content advancement, based on these skills that we should have?
Just like Bolu mentioned earlier, Nigeria actually has a lot of talent pool. And I have hired locally, and the amount of output that I get is quite amazing. So for me, I think the important thing is to make sure that, whoever we do bring in to the company, I'm sorry, what was the question again? Okay. Yeah, so in terms of legacy, we started in 2015. The idea is, as we continue to grow, we're recruiting younger talent, empowering them. Just like Doctor said earlier, one day we will be the baby boomers. So what are we doing in ensuring that we have a company? Because it's easy to just start a company. How do you sustain it? And in sustaining it, you're actually putting controls, you're putting processes in place to ensure that when you do bring in people, you have succession planning. Sad to say, I think, in Nigeria, we tend to have this behavior, if you will, where the older folks find it difficult to let go. So I think as entrepreneurs, it's to make sure the culture that you build in that company, you're actually able to step away and, kind of let the younger ones grow. And in doing that too, there are compliances that we have to go by regarding local content anyways for a lot of the jobs we do. So I think we should continue to focus on recruiting locally, empowering them, and to avoid the brain drain. So many folks, actually travel out. So for the younger people in here, as much as we know that there are challenges, but opportunity, and you have to know X, and you have to know Y, but there are also companies looking to employ serious-minded young individuals that can actually come into the company and grow. That way you don't have to go abroad to make a future.
What's your question? I think there's something we are not adding here. If I may, pardon me, I think we are all been. I mean, to create that legacy in recruiting and keeping all these people back here, you have to also incentivize them. I mean, there are too many, especially in the energy space, there are too many companies where all the value gets accreted only at the top. So you see people who started the dream with you, that time you were working the first 4 contracts, or guy is driving G-Wagon, my salary is still the same. Let's be real. I mean, these are the issues. And then you ask that person to not japa, and you have to be a wicked person too now. Right? So one of the most critical things is, and I know Dr. Thomas's company, they do that. It has to be profit share. The alignment of goals from the youngest person to the oldest is what drives that company. And so if the value isn't being accreted along the line, then, I mean, there's no other incentive. If I find another opportunity, I'll give you an example. We have a chemicals business. We can't find any drilling and completion fluids people in Nigeria. They are all in Saudi. And when you look at the economics, I can't fault any of them. So we are starting from training people from scratch. But to train and keep those and retain those people, we must continue to incentivize them, because as soon as they get some experience, somebody is knocking. So that incentivization is something we are all not speaking about. One of the reasons why we all wanted to live where we were and were uncomfortable was we felt some things could be done differently. You struggled, your account managers, you were the one working for the channel partner. At some point, I might as well go and do it on my own. So that value has to also accrue to people who believed in the dream with you. That is very, very important.
Just a last statement to make. I totally agree with you. Now, the thing is, to your point, if you don't incentivize, yes, you might have had the cash flow going to the top, but then how do you sustain? So eventually what you see is you have that talent gap, and then your company suffers, and then you might not necessarily be able to sustain at that level.
Sorry, we're not holding the microphone hostage. At the end of the day, so valid points, from both of them, but at the end of the day, you have to be competitive, right? At the end of the day. So I'll tell you what we've tried to do. We say in our industry, where we are playing, we're not competing with the operators. Shell, for instance, whether they're drilling or they're not drilling, they're hiring. Every blessed year, you see new trainees coming in. You see, it's because they're filling that funnel because they know that there's attrition somewhere. It's either to close the gap with respect to the retiring, the experienced professionals, or getting ready for that attrition. So you also do your FTE mapping. For this job, for this project, I want to, how many, what FTE, full technical experts, that can handle this job, If you can get it, so therefore, you need to start planning the backup, because you can only compete in your own space. For instance, I can only compete with Naz and his team, and Sandra, and Mohammed, and Bola Tife, and you. I can't compete with Shell. We've not, I wouldn't say we've lost, but we've actually released, I'll use the word released. We've actually released engineers to operators. And at the end of the day, we are the better for it, because those are our ambassadors, straight up. But what we try to do, thank you. So what we try to do is to stay competitive in our space. Last year, every graduate that came out of IPS, we took over 80% of IPS graduates. Yes, we went there. We knew the challenge, because high flyer and there is somebody is going to come and sweep them off. But there's something we needed to do, and we're preparing a team for that. So we took them. So we stay competitive, because you don't want to burn out. You don't want to not have money to pay them. You just want to you add value, training. You want to give them hands-on opportunity. You also want to give them project bonuses, which we do. For every project, there's project bonuses. But we'll do that in our cadre. We cannot go and compete with Shell or even any other company. So there's a thin line. You just need to balance it as much as possible. Thank you.
So, okay, please go ahead. Courage, and then Sandra.
No, my mother will beat me if I don't give you first.
Okay, so contributing to the question and the topic, one of the challenges I had working with Baker was I had a target as a sales, account manager. I was to bring $10 million every year, right? And my salary was not matching the dollar equivalent of what you're receiving. You're doing 60-40, you're paying me in Naira. You're not giving me any incentives. I think the drilling account managers had incentives. And for me, I was just wishing for 0.5%. Just give me 0.5%. So that burnout happens when you know that, okay, I'm done, I can't do this. Why am I still in this space? But, so for every organization, I think there's incentives for salespeople. But maybe what is talking about is now for the operation staffs. How do you give them incentives, when they're not bringing opportunities and all that. So maybe there should be a career training field engineer program that after 1 year you do presentation and you get promoted and your salary increases. But the biggest challenge we have in this industry is a lot of locals like us trying to that we locals, our local companies like us are going to pay as good as Baker Hughes or Schlumberger. So we need to start putting ourselves in paying as much as these multinationals. I think the talent will remain for do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll just add a little here. I want to agree with what everybody has said. But you see, being competitive, passionately when it comes to work. This is because in all the locations, CAGA personnel have been consistent. SPDC has not had to come to us to ask us to pay salaries. And I'm like, I was never owed salary. All the time I was working in SAB and Waterford. There was a year they changed from, I think, a platform we're using to SAP, this HRO now, and we're not paid for 2 days. I got my salary on the 27th. On the 26th, we couldn't go home. We said there was no fuel in the car. Okay, and I'll drop this one thing here. You know, so these were part of my trainings to know that, okay, I was never owed salary. So why will you pay salary when you're in the mood as the MD or the CEO? Because that's how it works in most companies. You know, so your CFO will come to you with the salary stuff to approve. You will not look at it because you are not in a good mood. They will send you by email. You say, no, I'm traveling. I'll look at it on Monday. But today is 25th, Oga. You want to pay salary 28th. I'll leave this here now. Sometime last year, we had these 2 tenders who were chasing. And we're going to partner in one of the companies. I will not mention their name. It was big. And we were down to 2 channel partners. So the MD called us to Lagos. And we were in the room. So we had 2 sections, right? So he spoke to me, and I was there with my legal guy and the head of the technical team. And we had a conversation. You know, when they called us the next week to tell us they'll partner us for the big tender, the MD said, when we went to make coffee, not what I said in the room, when we went to make coffee, we just discussed it, and I said my dream was not to own a private jet. So my dream was to make sure my engineer and his engineer are working together every day in every job. So that was why it was right there he decided that this is the right mentality he wants to work with. So guys, for the young ones, I don't think it's driven. Let's not get it twisted. You cannot come into a company and earn 20 million every month. It's impossible. Okay? So come, get trained, add value, have a career path, then we'll take it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. So I see that was a hot topic. Before I open up to the audience to ask questions, I want to ask one question to you, Ladi. We've heard from, I think most of the views have been from an external point of view with a soft hint to the internal. And I want to know from your perspective, what has driven you, what has contributed, what habits have contributed to your success as a leader?
I think Engineer Dada Thomas's slide has actually really shown us that, right? And it goes back to the discourse that was happening just before now. When we're talking about, you know, some level of retaining staff, making sure there is good remuneration for staff, and basically leadership, corporate governance issues, ethic issues. It now goes into the fabric of every Nigerian, you know, because people just look at it and say, okay, our leaders are us, our leaders are, once you start, you know, you're an adult, you are leading yourself. So the concept of corporate governance, ethical practices moves from upstream, the whole integrated value chain of the industry. As a service provider, yes, I'm customer obsessed, I have long-term plans. But if I'm working with a client and that client has some issues around how they pay me, no matter how ethical I want to be, I can retain that staff. So we understand that it's a value chain in which both the asset owners, in terms of people, just like engineer that was saying, now this whole goes around, or the movement around how local are ensured what has the they are in land assets, and they are taking over the places green, right? So the opportunity for us and is as service providers, but we also appeal to that across board, exploration and production companies, service providers should take this as a drive that we need to operate ethically and have that integrity. So integrity and thinking long term, because once each person from from all the value chain, across the value chain, is thinking long term, as a service provider, if I'm thinking long term, then I'm not just thinking about this particular project, I'm thinking of how I'll retain this staff for all the projects that will come. Now, that it will be dependent on the client and how also they follow through with certain ethical issues and payment issues. So sometimes the reality is when we play with maybe the international oil companies, yes, you are comfortable, but sometimes when you are playing around some local players, sometimes, I'm not saying all, there needs to be that ethical drive, and that is the only way the true transformation can happen with the new generation coming into participate in that industry. So there is an enormous potential with local players. The local players must agree across the value chain that our desire now is to build an industry for a long term, and we are not just trying to cash out quickly and damage our reservoirs and leave it that way. So in that way, I would say internally, what drives us, apart from what I said about being customer obsessed, is we think integrity, we think long term, right? So, and there is a sense of pride of professional excellence. So the reality is, for example, like a switch lock, which is a known global brand that is on most assets. And we have warranties, and we stand by the excellence and standards that we say we have. So, as a company or as a leader, I am proven and showing that I'm thinking of a long-term solution, I'm thinking of integrity, then that transfers across the company and helps in the industry at large. So basically, that's what I'll say.
Thank you. So time is far spent. You can see the MC watching over me. So I would just like to open up the floor for one question, and then we move to conclusion. Fastest finger or hand.
All right, so I'll just dive straight to the question because of time, and I think I would like Engineer Atta should help me out because I'm a student studying petroleum engineer, and I know you can testify to the fact that we have so many fields that is drilling, reservoir production, and all. So how were you able to specifically navigate that? Oh, I knew I wanted to do drilling. We all have the what they are doing to contribute. However, I like drilling, I like reservoir, I like production, I like everything I'm doing in the field, I like it. But then, how were you able to bring it? And secondly is that you said something about in our educational system, we learn manually. For example, the issue of we have to write code in paper, which is very true. And I have a challenge of it that some of those things that were supposed to be shown, for example, my school is University of Lagos, let's say the rigging of a thing now. We do more with pictures, we can't see the real life thing happening. And because of that, we still have the fear that we don't know this thing. So I don't know how you can, advise us that we know the educational system is still manually and we still want to be at the forefront of the technology. How can we join that two together?
Thanks. The second question is for you. So foremost, I trained as a petroleum engineer, right? I was retained in the university as a graduate assistant. So that means I was teaching in the university. And the opportunity came for, they were looking for research associates for PTTF Gas Research Group. So I joined. I was interviewed and I got the role. So automatically, I now started studying gas engineering in masters. So I'm just trying to take you through the history. I started studying gas engineering for masters. And once we were done with the entire gas master plan project and all that, I saw an opening for a reservoir engineering position in Orion. As a matter of fact, I interviewed for three roles. One was a field service engineer, another was a production engineer, and then the reservoir engineering one. But I found out that because as students, graduating seniors and all that, go and study the job description for all interviews. They're the same. Go and check. If they're looking for production technologies, every company is asking for the same thing. Engineers, they're asking for the same thing. Judges, they're asking for the same thing. So we had a set of interview questions that we've studied, and they're the same. So all you need to do is Frontiers recruiting. You just pick up your interview set and look at it. It's the same. So I interviewed for them, and I got the reservoir engineering role with Orion. Now, right after that, Shell was looking for reservoir engineers. I think it was 6 in Africa then. We were about 600 that applied. I interviewed and I got the job. So that's what, brought me into reservoir engineering as a core niche or as a core skill. Otherwise, I was trained, had a round experience of being a petroleum engineer. That means I could do production technology. I could even do petrophysics, as the case may be. As a matter of fact, there are some companies that don't delineate. So you're a petroleum engineer. So that means you do the PT work, you do the petrophysics work, you do the reservoir engineering work. But Shell, because most companies have transitioned to that space where they have niche skills. So that was how I found myself as a reservoir engineer. I hope that answers the question. All right, thank you. And for around coding, I think in that space, it's the opportunity to have access to the industry matters. So in those days was to have, we has models and internship, whether it's visits and all that. So I don't know which chapter I said Lagos. I think we should keep into them. There's what we can do to get those learning tools available. The young lady who got the job through DAP energy consult, at times what you all need to do is to show up, to even have the opportunity to intern. My first job, I just took the job just to learn. I'm not kidding. What I was earning as a PTDF gas research associate was, or I should say, my salary when I moved on to my other company was 300% more than what I was earning as a PTDF gas research associate. I should have said, oh, I'm not taking this job. I want to work for Shell. I want to work for Chevron. I want to work. So we have different paths to, it's a tortuous path. We all have different paths to the industry. But every opportunity you have to learn a skill, to apply yourself, please do. And I also know that most software companies have the student version, or then in University of Port Harcourt, we had, Petex giving us all the study version and all that, So we have all that to be able to apply ourselves. And you don't really need to come into the oil and gas to a company to be able to learn coding. No. So what you do with your time actually matters. When we are recruiting and we have a guy who comes and then after your NYSC, what did you do? I didn't get a job is not an answer. What did you do after your NYSC? So some people go and maybe teach physics, teach chemistry, or even learn the coding. Some people disappear 5 years and then show up. So it's important you also take your career in your hands and learn to, build a skill, master a skill, and fill up that gap until when you have the opportunity to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So this brings us to the end of our panel discussion. I'm sure I'm not the only one who could have spent more time here. I was so involved in listening to all the different responses. We have a varied collection, when Engineer Dada was talking, he showed us in terms of generations. So we have different generations here. We also have people from different experiences, from the students to the starters to the veterans. So my final ask to this panel, while I still have the mic, is that in 30 seconds, because time is up, what is that one key advice you would give to the audience? So, Courage, I haven't given you enough time, but I'm gonna start with you. 30 seconds. Thank you.
Spirit people, keep working hard, stay focused, don't give up. When you fail, which you will do, take it as a motivation for the next one. Trust me.
Thank you.
So here is to decide for yourself what you want to do. The question is, what do you want to bring to the table? You have to have experience. Whatever you need to do, either you're chasing a career to be an MD or to be in a career section, you want to build a company. You need to understand what it takes, the challenges, the success stories, a lot of resources, but you don't want to go through the challenges. So you need to decide for yourself and take your career in your hands and take the boot step. Thank you.
For it, there is hope, there are opportunities, these things exist beyond the discourse. Really, things are happening in the industry, and nobody was just born with that silver spoon, and it didn't just come on anyone's lap. But if you fight, you go for it, it can happen to you as well, and you can make impact. Cheers.
Thank you.
Embrace failure. There's a lot of good things that will happen from failure. Growth comes from very dark places, but you have to be willing to fail. Too many of us want to be first class all our lives. It means you've never truly failed at anything. If you don't fail, you don't succeed.
Thank you.
So, how many of us are SPE members? Okay, everybody drop down your hand. Active SPE members. Because my life is SPE, right? I had the opportunity to hone my technical skills from SPE. Those days you just do presentation. There's no company, nobody's going to award you anything, but we just do technical presentations. But you never can tell the skills you're getting. Leadership were honed in SPE, right? Technical skills were honed in SPE. The ability to volunteer was honed in SPE. Doing something for free, building passion was honed in SPE. So today, as a graduating senior, my advice to you is stand well. If you want to follow very well. If you're in the SPE, be very active. There's a monthly technical session. There's the JPT, Journal of Petroleum Resources. There's one, the materials are, there's nothing I can say rather than the SE, and then your career will change. Thank you.
Thank you. I would probably say for the young folks in this room, very important, at least when you try to apply for a job, the only means of measurement that we have is your GPA, right? That's kind of the first line for us to say, look, this guy has gone or this girl has gone through this program and they were able to demonstrate to achieve this particular GPA. Because you don't have work experience. How do you get work experience? At least you focus on your grades, right? That's the first step. Secondly, I would say invest in relationships, right? Be strategic in your relationships, not tactical. I think a lot of folks want the quick return, the quick money, and it's just tactical. But if you invest in relationships, I remember doing my MBA class, my professor told me, my finance professor said, look to your left, look to your right, get to know each other, because one of you will be CEO one day, one of you will be CFO. So again, invest in relationships. That will take you far. You can be the smartest person in the room, but if you don't have the right folks around you or to give you that support, it might not take you far. That's what I say.
Thank you very much. So we've heard it all. Embrace failure, know what you want, explore the opportunities, they all exist. Embrace failure again. If you're a member of the SPE, be active. And last but not least, focus on your grades and build relationships. Before I go, I want to ask everybody, look to your
from where you're seated. I have to leave, so I'm flipping chart, right? I'm going to ask all to please back on stage now. Just come on stage. Come this way. Come on stage here. Again, just thank you. Cheers. And just come and join the family photo. If you let's all please give a clap for Sandra. Give Sandra. Thank you very much. To go. No darling, no darling. You. I'm going to give you courtesy for the CACG. Thank you. Thank you. Much, lady. Thank you for and for also sponsoring as well. Thank you, one of our sponsors. We appreciate that. Thank you so much, Farouk. Of the panel this afternoon. Thank you so much. And much. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for doing a fine job moderating. Engineers, thanks for you because
We now own the plug and abandonment space. Slumber-J, Weatherford brings some jobs for us. They can't compete with us in that space any longer because our tools are cheap compared to their own pricing. So now they come to us and mark up on our pricing to do the job, and it's really very impressive. We are currently at the verge of signing a very collaborative, strong partnership between us and a leading OEM to hold completion equipment for them, for the NOCs. So for all the national oil companies, all the operators, the local ones, when they want to purchase well completion equipment, they go to the multinational and they direct them to us, and we will now join in the partnership, the services. That's a big one. A lot of these leading people, the leading companies don't take that. They don't do that. Nobody would do an exclusive partnership with you, and it's something that we are hoping that BOI and NCDMB would, encourage us and, of course, give us the finances. Everybody have said it. Even if you have the right connection, you know the right people, you knock on the right door. Without finance, you cannot scale your business. And for me, we're at the point where we need to scale. Today, we have more than 30 employees, and we want to, get more of them. And sincerely speaking, thank you, SP, for giving us this, allowing us to sponsor. And this is our first sponsorship. I hope.
All right.
Recently, we've joined and we've attended some of our technical sessions. I think it gave, particularly myself, the opportunity to see the XP is deep, particularly in the oil and gas. And when we saw the team securing the future, that is something we as Homogini will take very seriously, especially in the oil and gas industry, in terms of energy. What do we do as Homogini? We're a pipeline infrastructure company, but basically now we're going into full energy infrastructure, and in the space where we stay, we support operating companies in ensuring that the product, the developments that are done, the oil they have gets to terminal. So we provide infrastructure, mainly pipeline, vessels, barging, whatever it is you require to take your product from the fields to the terminals, and we midwife that process to ensure that value is gotten, because all the vendors that have spoken here today, all what you do is just to ensure you get the oil out of the ground, deal with the consequences that come out of it. But what we do is to ensure that the value you get from the field is taken to the terminals, and then we monetize it for you. So we see that as a very important value, and again, one of the reasons why we are here, just to let everyone know, as an indigenous company, we're able to provide that value. We're able to also finance and sponsor some of those infrastructure that you require. We're also partnering with the regulators as well, because we see that evacuation is a major issue. Most of the fields we talk about are not being explored today or exploited because of evacuation issue, and that's why we come at this point to see that we create value from that point of view to ensure that the product is being sold and the value is being gotten in. So again, we want to thank XPs for this opportunity. We are hopeful that we'll be here anytime our door is knocked on to see how we can not only sponsor, but as well as support the younger generation, support as much as we can, and ensure that Nigeria gets the value from the resource that we have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. For the vote of thanks to close this session, we'll call on, as I said, one of our most senior SPE members here, and a distinguished SPE member, the CEO of Reservoir. No, it's all right. I love my job. I love it. I desperately love it. Yeah. Okay. We'll take a few more sponsors. Next, we'll take the Managing Director of CAGL Global, Mr. Courage Enes. You're welcome.
I'll apologize to you. It's Dikbo. It's the problem. I'm sorry. Yeah, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Actually, I sent, someone was saying that I don't listen to a lot of talk, I've had a lot of engagement, and I sent a message to him that I don't need to say much again, I've already said a lot. So that was what he had, you know. But Dikbo said, no, you will stand up and say something. You know, just the way Dikbo called in and said, you have to sponsor. I said, no, I'm not sponsoring. He said, you will sponsor. Yeah, I am. You know, so I've known Dikbo for a lot of years. I mean, he's been a very good friend and brother. You know, I cannot say no to him. Okay, so when he calls and said, please, we need to do this, we just, even when I call my accountant and say, do we have money? Excuse me, he will say, okay, we have. You send. So I'll use the opportunity to tell you guys that I'm here based on relationship. Okay, I'm part of SPE. I love SPE, but this is purely on relationship. You know, even the SPE in Port Harcourt, Ngozi Okonkwo, and Collins, they harass me that I'm taking Port Harcourt money to Lagos. So I'm just trying to explain so that you know that this has another level to it. So please, I apologize to you. I didn't want to say anything, but I'm saying. So thank you, CJ is proud to be here. We are ready to do this again and again and again. Okay, we are ready. Just the way we sat down here, it's not telling me about the school that they are renovating. You see why I don't want to be sitting close to him, you know. And I told him, like I said, I'm not. I usually do these things without speaking publicly. That's the way I work. I mean, I think I'm a person that can do something. I don't need the accolade. It's coming from the heart, right? I don't need to. So he said the school. I said, you have come again. I've never eaten lunch. I tell him about one school. And that's what he said. And we will be glad. There's something my mentor told me one time. He said, it's a blessing to give. It's a blessing to give. It's not, people have millions, but they don't. And we'll be very happy. And I'm telling him, I told him, I said, I'll do that on a personal level. It's not CAGL. Whatever you need, I'm part of the school project, you know. But after now, I don't want to be Dikbo's friend again. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
One more, indulge us, and thank you. And this time is Managing Director of Trexam Holdings, Bolutife Odusoya. Why do I put what in your name, Bolu? I don't know. What's that? Bolutife Odusoya. You're welcome.
So I'll tell you, only my mother calls me Boluatife. And it's only when I'm in trouble. So when I hear you say it, I'm like, yeah. But Bolu is fine. It's one of the challenges of Japa. It was difficult to pronounce the full thing. Huh? First of all, a big round of applause to Dikbo and his team. I remember when he came by and talked about wanting to do this. I think they even undersold what they were trying to do, because I know when I walked in here yesterday, I was like, whoa, I didn't realize this was the vision. And I mean, it would only get bigger. It's the first one. There would be, I think this would rejig the enthusiasm of a lot more people, and it would create more opportunities. So a round of applause to you. Your vision, to the entire team, working selflessly to do this, kudos. And you have our commitment to continue to support you in every way that we can. Just want to say thank you to everyone. For the young people, there's hope. I know it feels like there isn't, but some of us were in 2008, things looked bleak. 20 after the oil crash, it looked even worse. TFP didn't work. 2014, 15, and we came back. And I think yesterday, one of the comments I heard here, which for me was one of the most exciting things I'd heard, was towards the end of this year, we might have 60 or 70 rigs active. Now, for all of you who maybe don't appreciate that, that's a leading indicator. So that means production, one way or the other, is definitely on the swing up. So that means there'll be projects. That means there'll be employment and all the downstream effects of it. So there's a lot of enthusiasm. We started out as one small business. We've grown into multiple businesses. The key is always to ally capital, local know-how and resources, and put capacity behind that, whether it's by investing in tools, whatever that is, channeling those three to help operators generate value. That value is increased production. At the end of the day, there's no difference between oil and gas and the importer-exporter selling any product. They must make a profit. I think sometimes we all forget that all of our services add to the cost. And that cost must be competitive enough, because the cost of oil is there's a index that prices it every day and is capped. So if they don't make profit, they will not do projects, which is what has been happening for a while. Now that it's us Nigerians who have the opportunity, particularly onshore and shallow water, we must all support each other to generate that value. Because the more production comes out, the more of us will be working, the more opportunities would flow downstream. So as a company, we are here, we're excited. I know at the career fair, we are looking for young, talented people, so please look for us. And for everybody else, I'm happy to have any kind of conversation. If you want to pick my brain or we pick each other's brain, we all learn. I mean, we're all here to learn and share information. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. So without much ado, it's now the Principal Consultant and Chief Executive Officer of Reservoir Facility Solutions Nigeria Limited, a BOT member, Engineer Mrs. Oluseyi Afolabi, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm so grateful to Dipo and his team for giving me the opportunity. This is amazing, and I think it deserves a round of applause. I think it's the first in all the sections that, you know, a particular section would decide to have an energy week, similar to what they go to London to do. So please applaud. Can the Lagos section executive stand up, please? You need that recognition. Lagos section executive. Well done, well done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for reviving SPE. Thank you. Thank you for being innovative. And once again, we want to thank very much our speakers and our sponsors. SPE is nothing without the sponsors. And also you spending your executive time with us this afternoon is really, really appreciated. Thank you so much. Please, can we have a round of applause for them again? I do sincerely like the theme of the Energy Week: empowering the present, securing the future. I wish we could say tapping into the old and the past, because there's really a wealth of knowledge which we saw from Engineer Dada Thomas this afternoon, that the past can bring even to the present and then the future. So I started my career as a reservoir engineer, and you can never know the performance of a well or a similar field if you don't know what happened in the past. So it was always data analytics for reservoir engineers. You've got to be able to understand what happened before so that you can then understand what's going on now and how to manage the reservoir in the future. So it's a good thing. And I know that the future is here present in this room. We call them all kinds of names, Gen Z, Alpha, Gen whatever. It really doesn't matter. They are the future. And I'm really glad to see the crop of the present, because you have decided to take the bull by the horn. While we waited and just stayed in our comfort blankets for a while before we decided to leave the companies that we were working for, you guys are taking the bull by the horn very early in your life, and you are deciding, I'm going to be an entrepreneur, which is good, so that the future can begin to see what's going on. And you know, I really want to speak to a particular thing. If there's anything at all that people are very concerned about in Nigeria and Nigerians, is integrity. Telling the truth. As engineers, I always say that that particular adage or cliche or whatever that the evil men do, live after them. For engineers, it lives with them. Because the decision you make has an impact. And if you have chosen to be a petroleum engineer, where there's a lot of investment that goes in there, in the days when I started, we could drill and complete a well for $5 million and we'd be done in a shallow water region. Today you're talking $30, $40 million. People are putting a lot of money. People go out to bring people's money into this business. People's retirement benefits, people's whatever it is that, you know, the way they found their money. But, you know, you were talking about money. It came from the IOCs, the NOCs contributing 1% of their project cost to NCDMB. Management of that money is important. We can't afford to waste it. We can't afford to use it to feed, you know, our lifestyle. Money comes as a consequence of performance. For us as Nigerians, and for us to remain on that global world map of a country of destination, a country where people are going to be very happy to invest, we must be willing to tell the truth, to have a lot of integrity, and as much as possible, play equitably with each other. You know, it does not matter if someone is a woman, man, east, west, north, or south. It does not matter where you come from. As long as you have brain and you can get the work done and you're willing to do the work, you will get the opportunity and you use it well and make sure that that future is secured. Thank you very much.
hours, 2 p.m. is the time we reconvene here for the final session of this. By the way, the Lagos State Government's Commissioner for Energy has committed to partner with Lagos Section and have next year's Energy Week. So it's certainly going to get bigger. So if CAGL sponsored with 10 naira this year, it might be 100 naira next year, because the project will come. The project will come. Say amen. All right, so we're going to go on the tour of the Tech Hub. Now, after the Tech Hub, lunch is going to be served in the restaurant here. Now, if you have the meal ticket, you're going to give priority to VIPs, you're going to give priority to sponsors, and then the attendees that have the tickets will go, and then the section directors will follow. I've been directed to, I see Mrs. Patricia Simon Hart in the room, MD of Aftrac. Good afternoon, ma'am. I didn't know you were here. Okay, so please, we're going to reconvene at 2 p.m. Go to the Tech Hub, the VIP top of the Tech Hub. After that, lunch is served in the restaurant on this floor to your left there. I've told you the order that you are allowed to go there. Sitting arrangements made that you go in. Please obey the instruction of the ushers as they guide you to your particular sitting area. I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. for the final session. Enjoy the tour. Enjoy your lunch. The tour, please go with Dikwa Shafa.
you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed, driving the next frontier in Nigeria's deepwater development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in energy fireside discussion. Themed, empowering the present, securing the future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I Built This Leadership Roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I Built This Leadership Roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I Built This Leadership Roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I Built This Leadership Roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed empowering the present, securing the future, women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution, young professionals symposium, themed building resilient careers, navigating industry challenges and opportunities, golf tournament, and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Golf tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Golf tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Golf tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025 at 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos at 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or
soft winds are singing under the sky so wide, where the sun meets the earth, we walk side by side. Drums beat in the night, stars shining so bright, feel the rhythms embrace. This tranquil place, Wakanda Lawi, listen to the breeze. Wakanda Lawi, in the moonlit trees. Flutes whispering tales of ancient trails. Hands touching the ground,
From desert to seaweed, we don't want. Twale salute to all my paddy them. Kila mtu pamoja sasa iko. Tunaimba wimbo wa moja. Sunrise na mambo yetu good. Elephants when they walk in peace. Ndio sisi African warriors. Kwa pamoja we live in harmony. Mama Africa, you take my heart. Na watoto wako niko tayari. Sisi ni ndugu, hakuna shaka. One love, one blood forevermore. Mama Africa, you take my heart. Na watoto wako niko tayari. Sisi ni ndugu, hakuna shaka. One love, one blood forevermore. Hapo zamani, long time ago, we fought but now we dey grow. In unity we find our song. Atulokwe sisi ni familia. Kuna watoto wanacheza kwa mstari. From Nairobi to Lagos we dey shine. Together strong we no go tire. Umoja wetu na nguvu sana. Under the sky we dance and sing. Unity they make my heart beat glow. Tufurahi sisi cha msingi. African rhythm we no go slow.
Moon, they shine bright though. Night so peaceful, yeah. Wind they whisper softly. Sleep they come to you. Tuko pamoja sasa. Kwa ndoto zamani, sauti za usiku. Moyo wako tuli. La 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 la. Sleep go follow you. La 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 la. Dreams they come true. Stars they scatter like diamonds in sky. Water no get enemy. Relax, make us sing, cry. Sote tuko pamoja na dunia ya kimya. Usingizi utakuja na utulivu wa mabawa. La 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 la. Sleep go follow you. La 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 la. Dreams they come true.
I work out for this journey, and me I go protect myself. Pull a dream deep, could hear my own heartbeat inside my chest, knowing the beat. Nenda pole usikimbie, kwa macho yangu naona mimi na mimi tu, naenda na uhai wangu. Self-loving the necessary, kwa roho yangu natunza. No shaking and no go fear, my life I dey cherish, yeah. Kidogo kidogo tu sahihi, moyo wangu naona. No shaking and no go fear, my life I dey cherish, yeah. Kidogo kidogo tu sahihi, moyo wangu naona.
So we have had quite a fantastic last few days. Yesterday we were told of why the upstream business went to other countries for the longest time, until now that President Tinubu and his SA Energy have decided to trigger, and the ministers of course have decided to trigger, or stimulate, if you like, investments, which is why we've seen the final investment decision of $5 billion in Bonga. We're hoping that Owowo and others will come on stream. The upstream regulator has assured us that in the next couple of months, the rig count in Nigeria will go as high as 70s. And that's remarkable success. We went from that into a session where young professionals, in the words of Kelechi, the moderator for that panel session, were schooled on how to have a resilient career in the industry. We've moved on from that to sharing with you how CEOs founded their respective businesses, how they went from being entrepreneurs to entrepreneurs, how you can be the next. And now the icing on the cake, the cherry on top of it, would be a conversation on women leaders sharing their experience with you as well. So we've had a fantastic 2 days that will be ending tomorrow with the golf tournament, for those who play golf, that is. If you don't play golf, it's a good time to learn. I heard a story that a particular king in the Gulf region invited an American pro golfer and flew him in a private jet to teach him how to play golf. So it's not too late. You can fly a pro golfer from America now. Just fly him to Lagos and tell them to teach you how to play golf before tomorrow. Who knows, you might win the competition tomorrow. Nothing is impossible these days. It might give you an app that you will install on your phone and put in your ear that will guide you on how to swing. A few days ago, we're at Lakowe Golf Resort and Country Homes at the Seplat Energy Golf Tournament. So something beautiful happened. I'm sure you're going to see it on social media one of these days. The chairman of Seplat was to do the ceremonial tee-off. So usually ceremonial tee-off, you don't have to be the golfer to do it. Madam Simon Hart will agree with me.
You don't have to be a professional golfer to do it. So he came, took the first swing, and the ball, if you know Lakowe, the ball just went to the bank of the lake. The man said, no way, it's not happening. He's going to do another one. He did another one. This time the ball advanced a bit and went into the lake. Everybody clapped for him. He said, no, he's not satisfied. He now did the third one and had a swing that made the pro golfers all clapping for him. The team went out across the lake, across the course that is close to the lake, and just went down that way. Everybody was like, what? So that kind of persistence you can have between now and tomorrow and play golf with them tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, welcome. Is empowering the present, securing the future, women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. We're going to have, as it were, an opening or welcome address as we've done with the sessions before it. After which, we'll then get into the keynote for the session. And following the keynote for the session, we'll go into the panel. Indulge me just for a moment to, as I have done with the previous sessions, acknowledge the speakers who will be speaking to you shortly. When it's time for them to speak to you, I tell you a bit more about them. First off, let me acknowledge the president of the Women in Energy Network, Mrs. Ayon Fatai Williams, represented by the ES of WIEN. I'm sure, right? Yes, Mrs. Esanimo. A very good afternoon to you, madam. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. Our keynote speaker is the managing director of Aftrac Limited, Madam Patricia Simon Hart. Good afternoon. Welcome. And so on this panel, we have managing partner, Lifted Consultants LLC, Dr. Ifoma Okabiala. Okabiala, right? Okabiala. Okabiala. Oh, okay. Okabiala. All right. Where is that from, Delta? The name is Omaya Oka. Oh, okay. Okay, it's making sense. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Kike Aswelime is GM Commercial Planning at Ano Gas Processing. Is she here now? Oh, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. We have the Chief Audit and Compliance Officer for Eco Electric, Mrs. Sherry Adegbenro. Oh, you're welcome, Sherry. We have the Group Head Human Resources Sahara Energy Group, Mrs. Emilomo Arorote. Welcome. Of course, Domestic Gas Business Lead for SPDC and our IPPARD, Mrs. Ogogo Efyong. You're welcome. Good afternoon. Our moderator, Charlotte Delight, Chief Executive Officer, Enlit Systems Engineer, Charlotte Esset. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so let's now move over to the business of the afternoon. First off is a welcome address by the president of WIEN, who, of course, is the former General Manager of External Relations and Sustainable Development of NLNG. Let's welcome her representative, the Executive Secretary of WIEN, Madam Esanimo. You're welcome.
Thank you, Richmond. Good afternoon, everyone. As usual, it's a delight to be among the best, we say. We always say that in when. Enough of the joke. So I'll just go straight to the point of the day, right? Apologies first from the president, who is unavoidably absent, but her message you will hear, so I think you will still feel her. So she says, it's with great pleasure that I stand before you today at the SPE Lagos Energy Week. On behalf of the Women in Energy Network, I extend my sincere gratitude to SPE for creating this platform where we can engage, learn, and collaborate in shaping Nigeria's energy future. The theme of this year's event, Nigeria Energy Evolution, Empowering the Present, Securing the Future, is not only timely, but also resonates deeply with us at WIEN. The journey towards a more sustainable and innovative energy sector is tied to empowering the present and ensuring that the future of our industry is bright, diverse, and inclusive. No doubt the Nigerian energy industry has been a powerhouse of economic growth, but no economy can sustain itself without harnessing the full potential of its human capital. Women make up nearly 50% of Nigerian population, yet remain significantly underrepresented in energy leadership, technical roles, and policy making. Research has consistently shown that diversity drives success, economic growth, innovation, efficiency, and new possibilities. We cannot secure the future of this industry without empowering the professionals, experts, and the young talents who are shaping it today. At WEN, we believe that Nigeria's energy evolution must include equity and access to opportunities for all, regardless of gender. And we are committed to empowering women and ensuring their full participation in Nigeria's energy space through leadership and capacity development, advocacy and policy engagement, mentorship for young women in STEM, and strategic partnership for growth. As we continue to engage in discourse around the future of energy, I encourage us all to be intentional about creating an industry that is not only innovative, but also inclusive and sustainable. We must continue to create more opportunities for the next generation of energy professionals, ensuring that women and young talents have a seat at the table. We must design policies that encourage inclusive participation in the energy workforce and enable a more competitive and forward-thinking industry. And to the young people here, your role in Nigeria's energy evolution is crucial. You belong here. Don't wait for permission to lead. Step forward. Make your voices heard. Once again, I commend SPE Lagos section for your commitment to the growth of Nigeria's energy industry. The work you're doing is important in securing the future of our industry and economy. Together, we will empower the present and secure the future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, WEN, speaking there on behalf of the president of WEN, Women in Energy Network, that is. Speaking of Women in Energy Network, our keynote speaker this afternoon is one of the founding members and a board of trustee member of Women in Energy Network. She also at one time, he was on the board of PETAN, that's the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, one of the most influential advocacy group for service companies in Nigeria's oil and gas industry. A non-executive director, she is as well on the board of Aradel, and she has served her fatherland in terms of public service as one-time commissioner for water resources and rural development in her home state of Rivers. Her career began when she started working with Inlax Computers in Nigeria, and of course at MTS, the first private telecoms company in Nigeria, before she ventured into oil and gas industry and founded Aftrac. And under her leadership, Aftrac, as managing director, Aftrac has emerged as a well-established oil and gas service company specializing in crucial production-related services such as well testing, sand management, production optimization, and effluent water treatment. She has cumulatively over 35 years of experience across the sectors that I have mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the delectable Miss Patricia Simon Hart.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I want to thank SPE for inviting me. It's an honor to be here amongst such distinguished professionals in the industry. SPE is always close to our heart. So I've been given this topic to give the keynote for this session. And listening to Asanimo, I think she summarized everything I'm going to say. So I'm going to try and expatiate on a few of the things she's already mentioned. So it's a great speech, Asanimo, from the ES, through the ES for the president of WEN. And the topic we've been given is empowering the present, securing the future, women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution, under the broader theme of no, I didn't want you to change the slide, yes, yeah. Under the broader theme of this conference. So, I mean, in the energy sector in general, historically, women have actually been involved in the sector, whether it comes to policy making, engineering, geology, or business, even though there are few and far between, but women have been actually have participated in the past. So there have been women in the sector over time. Unfortunately, a lot of the women haven't been celebrated, and we don't have a lot of information and data on these women. I mean, I know when I started in the industry over 30 years ago, I met over 25 years ago in this sector, I met a few women, especially NNPC and in the oil companies, Shell, as well as Exxon and Chevron, a few women. But those women seem to be lost. Even when I was trying to do some research on the women, that were there in the past, who shaped policy, who have also were trailblazers in setting the stage for the women who have come behind, and for us here in the hall today, I couldn't see any information. I only saw information on one woman, and that's really sad. And that's one of the things WIAN set up their Hall of Fame for, to try and identify these women and create a roster of the women in the sector. Because even though we're quite many now, we couldn't even come together. So that's one of the things. But today, in considering the women in the oil sector, next slide please, I just wanted to briefly talk about the role of energy sector in Nigeria's economy, which is very important. Because when we're looking at the economy and looking at Nigeria, the role of women also comes to play if energy itself is also part of the backbone of driving the economy and economic growth in Nigeria. The energy sector, especially oil and gas, is, as we all know, the primary source of government revenue. It accounts for 70% of export and 50% of federal government revenue. Nigerian oil reserves, which are also amongst the largest, and gas reserves, which are amongst the largest in Africa, also contribute immensely to both domestic and international trade. And so that actually affects the physical health of our nation. So it's very important. Energy is very important in terms of the economy. Also for job creation, either directly or indirectly, and not just with service companies and the main E&P companies, but also for ancillary industries such as transportation, aviation, construction, manufacturing. It also has a ripple effect in those industries as well, which also affects the well-being of people. Energy is also a driver of industrialization, as we all know, and so it's a very important component. Next slide, please. So the impact also the energy sector has within the Nigerian economy can be seen with attracting foreign investment or foreign direct investment, as we can see when we hear of investments in deep water operations from SNEPCO. We know that there's money coming in, and that's foreign direct investment, which is required to bolster economic resilience, which is what we need at the moment. Apart from that, there's improved infrastructure. When we see oil companies go to remote areas to set up oil wells, they're building roads, they're building access, they're bringing in power, they're bringing in water. And so infrastructure also directly is impacted by energy. Then, of course, there's agriculture, and also energy is very important for national security. So, in terms of regional integration, we can also see within the West African sub-region, energy plays an important role in Nigeria's influence on the continent, because we have the West African Gas Master Plan. We also have the West African Power Pool. So we can see energy in general in the Nigerian sector. It's not just about oil and gas or about power or renewables. It's actually a catalyst for economic growth. And as it's a catalyst for economic growth, women also need to be involved in this economic growth, or being part of being catalysts for economic growth in Nigeria. Next slide, please. I just felt that we should contextualize the discussion, and so, or the keynote, just saying where Nigeria is in terms of net zero targets and net zero commitments. We have committed to the climate change agreement, and we have set, I think that's the wrong slide. diversify Nigeria's economy. Go back, please. Yeah. So in terms of Nigeria, we have set targets for 2060 for net zero emissions. And because of that, we have to diversify our energy mix. At the moment, we're seeing policy directions trying to bring different energy sources together. We have, of course, gas being our main transition fuel, which we've agreed on. And then we also have others like renewable energies. We also have things like hydropower, which is hardly ever spoken of, but it is clean energy. And there's also biomass that people are investing in. So these are various opportunities within the sector that will help the sector evolve and economic development grow. Next slide. So Nigeria, as I said, has chosen gas to be its energy transition fuel, and we've committed to the Nigerian Gas Master Plan, and have also declared a decade of gas, which is coming to an end in 2030, which is just 6 years away. But under the Nigerian Gas Master Plan, we have prioritized gas as the electricity generation from gas to power. We've also used gas for petrochemicals and fertilizers. And apart from that, we use gas infrastructure to expand pipelines to processing facilities. All these create opportunities for business, opportunities for investments, opportunities within the sector that women as well can actually participate in. Next slide, please. And then the decade of gas, of course, we also have opportunities there, mandates for domestic gas market and regulation. They have policy frameworks and the infrastructure blueprint for gas distribution. Next. So I think we can go ahead. Yeah, next slide, yeah. Okay, so the main topic really is talking about how women in the sector, how women have made an impact in the sector already, and how women have faced barriers or are facing barriers that we need to overcome. And so women have always, as I said, been instrumental in one way or another, even if it is a small amount, shaping Nigeria's energy sector, making strides in engineering, project management, and corporate leadership. So from deep water oil and gas projects to renewable energy ventures, we've found female professionals. They've demonstrated resilience, expertise, and they've driven industry innovation over the years. They've also managed to overcome the hurdles within the industry, and they've established themselves in a male-dominated sector from the very early days when geologists were a rarity to today, where more women are rising into these executive roles. We have pioneers that exemplify the determination and brilliance of women and that have driven the industry forward in Nigeria. So whether it's offshore rigs, or whether it's refineries, or whether it's heading regulatory authorities or ministries, or whether you're a policymaker or women in business, women have proven their capabilities over time. But it doesn't mean that the women are without challenges or without, there are no barriers, or they haven't faced challenges through their careers. Next slide. We want to highlight a few women who have done great things in terms of either policy or business, and women who have also been involved in the sector. So whether it's policy, governance, or entrepreneurial innovation, we have a good number of women. Up on the screen there, you can see we have the likes of Eloho Aboni, and she was the immediate past MD of SNEPCO. She held various positions, including asset operations over the years for Bonga, which is a deep water asset. And she's proven herself as a really highly capable engineer in that field for her to be handed over the managing director of that company. Also, we have Mrs. Ayeson. She's just the immediate past executive vice president upstream of NNPC Limited. She also has played a pivotal role in the industry in shaping upstream operations for NNPC. Apart from this, we have the vice chair of Famfa Oil, and that's an indigenous oil exploration and production company with stake in Agbami Field. And she overcame challenges from international oil companies and held on and held her stake to become so successful in the industry. She currently uses her influence to empower other women. Then there are also women in policy. As I said, I found it very difficult to find women that are on record. But here we have Engineer Olu Maduka. And she's a former member of NMPC, and I'm sure a lot of you haven't even heard of her, but those that have in the engineering circles and Korani might have. She's a former member of NMPC Governing Board. Engineer Maduka has been instrumental in shaping policies and strategies within NMPC, and has probably laid the policies, a lot of the policies that a lot of women today are actually benefiting from. We also have Senator Marjorie Chuba Okadibo. She took over as chairman of NMPCL, the new company, when it was transitioned from a government agency to a limited liability company. She was the chairman of the board, so she had to bring strong governance to NMPC to transition it. Her leadership marks a significant milestone, actually, in promoting female representation at the highest levels in the country. We currently have Olu Verheuren, and she is now pushing policy in the energy space in general, not just oil and gas, not just power, but renewables. She has years of experience. She's currently the special advisor to the president, and she oversees the design and coordination and reforms in the oil and gas and the power sectors, and also has passion in the renewable sector. So she's bringing policy for energy together. It's not just oil and gas, and normally we just have an oil and gas expert, but now we're seeing energy. I mean, since we don't have a Ministry of Energy, it's great to have a special advisor on energy who's passionate about different forms of energy to bring everything together to coordinate. Because as I said, there are different forms of energy, different forms of renewables that we can bring into the energy mix so that we can meet our targets at the end of the day. We also have entrepreneurs, and I don't know if Dr. Amo is still here, but that's one of our entrepreneurs who needs to be celebrated. She's done an amazing job on capacity building in the industry over the years. She has over 30 years industry experience for capacity building within the oil and gas industry, and she's a member of the Council of the Regulation for Energy in Nigeria. One woman that we need to celebrate. Another one is Catherine Uji Fejika. And she's done an amazing job. She is the founder and chairperson and CEO of Britannia U, Nigeria, and she leads indigenous petroleum company involved in upstream exploration and production. I think she owns an FPSO, so she really needs to be celebrated. These are just a few women. They're amazing women in the power sector. I know there's some women managing discos and utilities. There are also women who are very involved in renewable and the renewable energy space, both in non-profits providing renewable solutions. So there are a lot of women now who are actually pushing those boundaries and actually doing things within the energy sector in general. But those are just a few to highlight. I thought we should bring those names up for a start. Next slide, please. Okay, so as women, there are barriers, and I think through all our careers as women, in any sector you find yourself, there are barriers to participation, and especially in male-dominated sectors, there's serious barriers, whether you are a woman in industry, or a woman in policy, or a woman in the corporate energy sector. There are always barriers we have to face and barriers we have to overcome. Gender biases, based on socio-cultural norms, is one of the major biases that we have to face. It also limits women's access to STEM and education leadership opportunities. We also have unequal hiring practices that need to be addressed, pay disparities, and limited access to professional networks that hinder career progression. And when I talk about hiring practices and disparities, where women are demanding for quotas or quota systems within the sector, we're not saying just hire women for hiring's sake and fill up the spaces. We're saying hire and rehire until you get the quota filled by the right women who have the same capacity with the men, because they really and truly are out there. We just need to identify them. Then we also have women entrepreneurs who have constraints with access to market. Apart from that, they also have problems with access and constraints with finance, so access to funding. And yes, you'll say, oh, there's some funds that have been earmarked for women. But we're finding that most of the funds that have been earmarked for women in the sector are really structured as invoice discounting and not actually funds that can help a woman grow a business and invest in what they need to actually operate. And so all those, so having funds structured in such a way that women can actually use them to develop businesses and grow businesses will be great in the sector. So Nigeria's, I think next slide, please. We'll go ahead. So looking at, going deeper into some of the barriers, I said access to education is one of the main barriers for women from a young age. According to the Boston Consulting Group, they said that only 54% of post-secondary schools are female, and yet 27% are in the STEM subjects. Most girls don't really go into STEM. And I think that's why people who drive STEM and STEM education is very, very important, because we really have to fill the pipeline. We really need a wide pipeline so that at the beginning we have a big pool of women, because there's no doubt during your career that a lot of women will drop off on the way. And so having the pipeline from the get-go, right from when the girls are young, make sure we have a wide pipeline of females in STEM, females in science subjects, females in engineering, so that as the opportunities come, we have women to fill those opportunities. Which is why it's difficult, even during recruitment, to get women to fill the positions. So that's one of the barriers or the challenges within the industry. Next slide, please. Another challenge is lack of data. I say you can never manage what you can't measure. And in most cases, if we're looking for data within Nigeria of women in the energy sector, the data is just not there. I know as part of NCDMB's NCCF for Sectorial Working Group for Women, we've been trying to get the data. The data is just not available. And so if you ask us how many women, what's the percentage of women in technical roles, what are the percentage of women in business, what are the percentage of women, we don't have the data is not there. So if we're trying to progress or try and increase the amount of participation for women in the economy and in the energy sector, we first need to know where we are. Let's have a baseline. If we have a baseline, then we can measure where we're going and then find out if we are moving forward. And so we need to really have some kind of way that we monitor progress. And at the end of the day, you could use the progress and come out with annual reports on what companies are doing well and what companies are not doing well and what's happening in the sector to know how we can actually continue to shift the needle, at least till it's acceptable. Next slide, please. The next thing is mindset. And I think this is very important, and it's not just, we're always saying unconscious bias, and yes, everybody knows unconscious bias, and we face it everywhere we go, but we also have, within ourselves, we have the implicit bias as well. Women themselves are also really not ready to step up most of the times. We're always afraid to come out. We're just, we can't do it. You have the imposter syndrome as a woman, and those biases are things that we need to identify. If we're able to identify them as women, we're able to address them. The same with unconscious bias within the workplace. If we're able to identify those biases, we're able to call them out. We're able to call them out, we're able to address them. And so it's very important for us to take note of it so that even within your space, the men don't mean it. I mean, the fact that they overlook you for a promotion, sometimes they forget you're even, you'd want a promotion. They think, you're a married woman, you should be with the children, you're with your husband, will your husband let you? Things like that. So those biases, they don't mean any harm, but I think sometimes we're not forward enough as women. We don't step forward, and sometimes you need to step forward and let people know that you are interested in that position, you're interested in career progression, you're interested in cross-posting, you're interested and you'll take up those challenges that come your way. And that's very important. So we need to work on ourselves first as women, and then also call out unconscious bias. And it's unconscious, so they don't really mean it. Next slide, please. Then lack of awareness. In most cases, women seem to just be in their silos. Because we don't network that much, a lot of the time, we don't even know what's going on in the industry. We don't know what's going on. Men have a way to come together, network, share information, and that information is not being shared. We were at a conference last week, and I was just mentioning, even for women who are in high positions within the sector, we don't share information. And it's not information that they can't share. It's just they don't feel they should be sharing information. So, and in business, you actually need information. Information is key. So sometimes we're just not aware. We're not aware of policies. We don't go to as many conferences. We don't go to as many fairs. We just don't do the networking and engagement. And rightfully so. A lot of women are very busy. They have husbands. They have children. They have the home. And so the last thing they want to be doing is networking and hanging out with other people. Next, please. Then access to opportunities. Access to opportunities is a follow-on from that. Half the time, we don't have the access to the market, access to opportunities. It's really a boys' club. It's really a men's club. I even hear there's a men's club that they don't invite women to. I'm sure you've heard of it, Charlotte, in the oil sector anyway. And they have their clubs. They have where they meet. They have where they share. They play golf. I'm happy there's golf tomorrow. I don't know how many women here play golf, but that's where they network. So while you're busy cooking at home, they've left work and gone to the golf club. So yeah, access to opportunities, that's where they find out there are opportunities. That's where they discuss. And it's very important. So that's one of the challenges we do face as women in business. Next slide. Access to credit, I mentioned that before. Just access to credit is not there, it's not available. Even if it is, it's not designed properly. Next slide, please. The absence of role models. I mean, when I started in the oil service sector 27 years ago, there was no woman. I didn't see any woman. I was going to OTC, I was going alone. I didn't see any women in business. I saw some women in industry, very, very few. But it was my mentors were men. I learned from them. Those are the people I saw. I guess you can have male mentors, but there's absence of role models. And I think for the younger women coming up, not seeing role models is really a problem. We're lucky today, it's getting a lot better. There are a lot more women who are role models, who we've seen, as I showed you, some of the women before, and there are a lot of women in business now doing amazing things. There are a lot in the room here today who have set up businesses and doing things. But absence of role models is still a problem to most women and young girls. Next. Then we're risk adverse. Maybe the opportunities that would have come my way I wouldn't take. Scared to take loans, big loans. I mean, men are ready to go for it. They're not scared. They're not scared of failing. They're not scared of falling. They're not scared of taking those risks and asking for those big, juicy contracts. And you just want to stay in your little corner. I think that's one of the major things. We need to start taking larger and bigger risks. So that's one of the things we're just not ready to take risks financially or any other way. Sometimes also we choose to stay where we are, what we can manage, and that's fine, if you decide that's where you want to be. Next. And then, as I said, exclusion from networks. So we're just excluded from the networks where the opportunities are being discussed. And this is not just saying for women in business. This is even women in the industry. My daughter works for a financial service company in the UK, and she told me, oh, they're going away to ski. It's an office trip. So yesterday I was asking her, and she went, because even though she doesn't ski, she said she's going to learn, she's going to go. I said, yeah, you better go, because there's going to be networking. And so she went. And yesterday I was asking her, so is your relationship with the staff in your office, your superiors, and is it better that you've gone for this? She said, yes. Yes. She nearly didn't go. But it has improved relations within, and that's the networking. So sometimes there are things they'll invite you to, you'll say, no, you're not going. So that social interaction, can help a lot in terms of relationships within your company and where you're working. It's very important to have those social interactions in some cases. Some people might have the wrong impression of you. Sometimes you might not even be able to, have a conversation with people. But when these opportunities come your way, try and take them on board. It's hard as women, but you just got to try and sometimes just take that leap. And she couldn't ski. She said she's going to take some classes, and she went. And she said, Mommy, it wasn't really about skiing. It wasn't really about skiing at the end of the day. So when networking opportunities come up. As women, let's try our best. Where it won't affect home and family and children, try and engage. Next. So what are the solutions and enablers? I'm just going to go through that quickly because I think time is fast spent. First of all is STEM, of course, bridging the gender gap in STEM and technical skills. So STEM education for girls, very important. And as I said earlier, Dr. Amao is doing a great job there, but a lot more of us need to take more interest in this and get involved either through our networks. And WEAN is doing an amazing job. WEAN is focusing on the collegiate girls. We have a Supernova program and some other programs. But as women, we all need to try and get involved. We all have a responsibility to encourage girls in STEM. Do what you can do. Get involved in, maybe clubs for primary school, maths club, science club, secondary school. Whatever we can do to encourage more women to go into the STEM subjects will be great. Then technical training. Women need to have access to technical training. Sometimes you find women in fields like mathematics or single honors subjects, chemistry and whatever, and they don't really go any further with their technical training. They'd rather end up in a bank or somewhere else. But we should encourage women to do more technical training and get hands-on and get more involved. There are a lot of men I know in the service sector that didn't start out as engineers, have ended up as engineers at the end of the day because they got involved, got technical training, and did what they could. Internship and apprenticeships are very, very important as well. More women and more programs need to be developed for internship programs because the hands-on experience, nothing can beat it, that hands-on experience within the industry, so within any of the energy space. Next slide. Mentorship, I've mentioned that, so next slide, please. And then, of course, you need to confront the unconscious bias. I spoke about that a little earlier. The first step is awareness. So awareness programs within the company, very, very important. Next slide, please. So we need to have policies, and that has to do with policy making. There are not enough women in the policy space. So when these policies are actually being created, and I'm talking about government policies created by the ministries of power, the ministries of energy, ministries of oil and gas, petroleum ministry. There are not enough policies with that they're coming out with, maybe with the gas master plan or the decade of gas, where women involved in creating these policies. Where women are not involved, you don't get the perspective of women, and we need to take these perspectives into the policies so that we can have programs and initiatives that will benefit women. And so in policy making, we need more women in that space. A lot of women run away from policy making, but policy making is an important aspect which creates and can impact far more people than you can impact if you actually are working in the other parts of the sector. So in terms of working in the ministry or working with policy making, very important. Or get involved with advocacy, and through women's groups or through any groups you can get into, being active in those kind of policy making environments is very important. Then establishing dedicated funds, and all this is really still related to policy because you have to push for it. I know we tried to push as Women in Energy with NCDMB for the Women Fund, but we have to push for these kind of financing mechanisms for women. It's very important. And then implement policies within organizations. So even within your organization, within the companies, you should be implementing policies to ensure gender equity in recruitment. So try and get involved. So HR roles are very important in ensuring that these policies and policies that are women-friendly, female-friendly are introduced and maintained. Next. So the sector keeps on emerging. Energy is changing. I mean, clean energy and the way we actually even produce oil and gas is changing. There's decarbonization, there's carbon capture, there's new technologies, there's generative AI, there's drones. I have him here doing drones. Yes, Charlotte's doing drones. I mean, there's just technology. So maybe we don't have to go to the rig and do those heavy drilling operations, but there are other things we can do as women. which are softer and which you can get involved in, and where your engineering background and experience can be very useful. So look for emerging technologies within the space. I mean, I was at a conference last year in Houston, CERAWeek, where we could see all the IT companies. And over my career, because I was in the IT industry, I've seen the IT industry evolve. And it's really interesting. Initially, the IT industry was just computers. And then I saw it merge with telecoms. And then I saw it merge with media. And I'm now seeing this merger in the oil and gas sector, and it's just amazing. You have the Microsofts doing oil and gas. I mean, what are they doing? It's generative AI, looking at large data sets and working on those data sets for predictive modeling, predictive maintenance, and just general reservoir management. It's just incredible work going on there. And so women can get involved in that if you have that background. You know, it's the Internet of Things. How do we get involved? So as women, we just need to break those kind of barriers. You just really need to continue to educate and re-educate. Take a course, you know, in an IT course that will broaden your mindset and scope, and see how you can get involved in emerging technologies. Okay, next. So building networks, as I said, very, very important. Women engineering networks, women networks, male networks, any network. I was in Petan. I joined Petan as the first female or women-owned business. I was the first women-owned business to join them. Just join networks, because you learn a lot, and just think, oh, those are just men. Try and join the networks. It wasn't an all-men's network. It was just a technology network. And then I co-founded Women Energy Network, so we could bring women together to network and to also build capacity within the industry. And we started thinking it was just oil and gas, but we went into power, went into renewables, went into gas. I mean, we just kept on growing. And I know our ES is doing an excellent job in driving us to the next level. Thank you. So then other collaborations, but just really basically building the support systems and networks that are crucial for empowerment is very important. Build your networks. Networking is very important. Improve your social capital. Critical. Next. And this is not just if you're in business. Even if you're a woman within your organization, as I gave you an example of my daughter. So even with that, you do need to build those networks where you interact. So we need to increase women's participation on board representation, because when a woman is on a board, she brings a different perspective in terms of risk management. I said we're risk adverse, and we are. We bring that to the board. We pay attention to detail. So we bring things to the board, and it's been proven that women on boards and women within the organizations bring a lot to the organization. Then for executive roles, key management positions, middle management, and of course the entry management positions. So we need to focus on all. Apart from that, focus on the different buckets I mentioned, which is like women in policy making, women in business, and women in corporates. Next. And finally, girls in STEM. Yes, next. So 4 buckets. So I think I've gone through most of this. It'll be short of actually repeating myself. But as I said, policies need to be there, the frameworks need to be there, the support systems need to be there, and we need to build the talent pipeline. Next. So the basic call to action, the future of the Nigerian energy sector depends on full participation of women. We've had women in the past that we've learned from, who've created policy, who've been involved in policy. But it's business and an economic imperative. So we should try to come together to build the energy sector and empower all for Nigeria's economic future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ms. Patricia Simon Hart, the MD of AFTRAC, setting the tone for the conversation to start. Can you please give her another round of applause? let the conversation begin. Our first panelist has over 30 years of industry experience that spans upstream oil and gas, specializing in strategy, project management, and leadership development. She was the first female portfolio manager in Exxon's upstream Nigeria business unit that managed multi-billion-dollar projects. Let's welcome the partner, Lifted Consults LLC, Ifeoma Okabiala. You're welcome. Joining her is another industry expert, one with extensive experience in this energy industry and has held leadership roles at PricewaterhouseCoopers in Nigeria and London, Sahara Group Limited, Aero Contractors, and so on and so forth. Currently, she's the General Manager, Commercial and Planning for Ano Gas Processing Company Limited. Welcome, Kike Aswelime. Next is a dynamic and passionate sustainability leader who is celebrated for driving organizational growth and operational excellence and has over 20 years of experience spanning diverse sectors like power, energy, oil and gas, financial services, healthcare, etc. Currently Chief Audit and Compliance Officer for Eco Electricity. Let's welcome Sherry Adegbenro. If you live in her market area, clap well so that you'll be having 24 hours power. Anyways, joining them is an industry. Now, this one, for many here are lawyers, right? And some of you have come to ask me, how can lawyers thrive in this industry? This person that is joining the panel is a lawyer and has over 17 years of diverse experience spanning enterprise risk management, process improvement, and talent development, and has worked in different sectors. In her current role, she leads the strategic direction for talent acquisition and organizational development, ensuring that Sahara Group attracts, nurtures, and retains top-tier talent. Welcome, Sahara's Group Head for Human Resources, Emilomo Arorote. You are welcome. Of course, next is our very own IPPARD. However, she's also a strategic and visionary leader that has over 20 years experience in this industry and specializes in decision quality analysis, project management, stakeholder engagement, risk value management, and currently serves as the domestic gas opportunity development lead at Shell, where she, spearheads integrated project teams to drive domestic gas monetization in Nigeria and has led the $180 million FID for Shell for the first domestic wet gas sale project. Welcome, Ogogo Effiong, Mrs., our immediate past African Regional Director. You know, when the keynote speaker was speaking, she said someone here is into drones. So this person is, I don't know whether this person now is a computer scientist, a mathematician, an engineer. However, she's brilliant and she is ready to drive this conversation for us. Let me focus on her technological expertise and exploits as the CEO of Enlit Systems, people who are into drone transportation. I will stop there at now. Charlotte Esiet, Charlotte the Light. The stage is yours. But you are. If I turn off this light now, they'll still be lighter because Charlotte is here. You're welcome, Charlotte. Please hold on to this. What are the other microphones? Are they there? Okay, they're there. Please carry on.
Okay. Bon, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Why are you not answering? What's going on? You need to jump up soon. Eh? Thank you. So we have, I'm sure you can tell, we have very talented, strong females who will be digging deep into this topic. What had happened prior is, you know, when I got this, for me, it just made sure that we were able to connect. At the same time, it was not a lot of work, but it was easier for us to highlight and see actionable steps, especially for this topic. This topic resonates with all of us on this panel. And the good thing is, Big Six did it all. I think we should just pack our bags and go home because I don't know what else we're going to talk about. The slides, in short, everybody keep pitching me at the back like, are you sure we should still talk? Because she did it all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Patricia. This was good. So, ladies, I think we'll just dive in.
and see how best that we can take this to the next level. We have an hour, 10 minutes, I heard. Which one, an hour, 10 minutes, no? Ah, bon. So this would be us. Yes, plus Q&A. My questions. So in no particular order, what I will do is for the ladies to basically just give us a few snippets on how the journey into this sector and what inspired us to pursue a career in this industry. I would go straight with Linda.
Did I know you were going to call me? Okay, good evening.
It's still afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to be back home. Okay, so my parents wanted me to read medicine, and I hope my children don't get to hear this. And I went in. The first and only time I think I disobeyed my parents after second MB. I said I wasn't doing. Yes. I said my children must not hear this. My late dad was an engineer, and but one key thing that did it for me, I noticed that the medical students were always reading. And then the engineering students were, not that they were not reading, but I was good in maths and all that. It was always first principle. I could figure the answer out, but this one you have to read the whole. So, and then I came out, told my parents, my uncle encouraged me. I went into engineering and finished. And then I went, started working in Exxon. I did my NYSC there and got into facilities engineering and then got into project management. I found myself that I was home. I tell most women are project managers. When they try to talk to me, I say, you're already a project manager. You're managing projects at home, So, and then I'm very good at organizing. I'm very good at, strategy. I'm very good at planning and all that. I went around. There's a reason why I'm taking time to say what I'm taking time. I went in as facilities engineer, and then went in as a project engineer, and then stayed there for about 5-6 years. I was kind of bored. I wanted to see the rest of the industry. E&P. I went to reservoir engineering. Ernest Nkpasi here was my teacher. He can't escape. Ernest Nkpasi. And they used to wonder, why did I leave project where I was traveling all over the world and come to reservoir engineering? It paid off later. They picked me up from there. I think from reservoir, they were having problems in ventures relations. Yeah, it was ventures relations. When they transformed me to, I was like, what did I do wrong? Then it used to be, people that didn't know their left from their right, they used to put there. I cried. I went to Felix AC. Then he said, did I not just promote you? I said, yes. So we need technical people in ventures relations. We need to get that place right. And then that was where I found out that I was good at putting processes in place. That was the first place I found out. And then I was also good with stakeholder management, which is a major skill for project managers. I tell people you need to know when to speak the English, then you need to know when to roll the sleeves, and do the dirty job. From ventures relations, they took me back to asset development planning. I learned so much more then, And then from asset, I became a first-line supervisor. Now, I want to talk about something about sponsors. Okay, I'll talk about sponsors later when that question comes.
Yes.
And then I went, became a first-line PMO, project supervisor. I had been lead all this while, and then became a project supervisor, project engineering supervisor. So we are making all the, and then from there, I became a project manager, and then a program manager, then a portfolio manager. When the industry didn't have money again for projects, my manager was worried that I was going to give him trouble. They needed help in risk management. They sent me the manager, risk management, loss prevention and risk management, loss prevention and risk engineering. That was the second place I knew processes, you know, and then, but why did I take time out? And then I became a portfolio manager. That is where we need to be. One of the things that will help we women is to, first of all, know your onions, know where you belong. However, know a little bit of the industry. Stakeholder management is my stuff. Execution planning is my stuff. Offshore installation, brownfield engineering, brownfield verification. That's my area of strength. It's not a lot of people that have this kind of background. I was out in resting. I took an early.
Don't go there yet. I have a question for that. Yes, don't
So
go there yet.
that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You see, there's so much that she has to pull out, so she has to wait. There's a question that would bring all that out. So I would go to, so just go like that. I'll go with Kike. It's an opening question, so we'll all just take it. Just basically share your journey in the energy sector, and then what inspired you to pursue this career. And honestly, please also speak that you've moved from Accor to Seplat nicely. Thank you.
I just said this has caught me in the middle of a transition. Yes, as of when, you know, I agreed to the panel, I was the general manager, commercial and planning for ANOH Gas Processing Company. Currently, I'm the general manager, business assurance and integrity for Seplat PLC. Transition. How did I get into this industry? I came in from a different route. Being a graduate of mathematics. Interestingly enough, I laughed when she said that because my parents wanted me to do medicine, but I didn't even attempt it. I just said, forget it. I'm not going. Interestingly enough, I wanted to do engineering, but it's then, you know, this speaks to bias. And we'll talk, actually, maybe I should, there's so much to talk about. We'll talk about how, you know, influences and biases change what we wanted to do, because I wanted to do engineering. I ended up not doing engineering, but we thank God I'm still here today. So I spent many years in PwC as a consultant. In the early days, you have the opportunity to consult for different sectors. You know, you do a bit of for financial services, you did a bit of energy, you did a bit for manufacturing. And I very early, after doing the round, said I wanted to stay as a consultant in the energy sector. What attracted me to the energy sector? Really, I felt that, you know, I could feel the importance of energy within Nigeria. But for me, it was global. You know, the things we were doing in banking was for Nigeria. You know, manufacturing, a bit here and there were a bit, you know, of international companies. But oil and gas was global. Then you had just the IOCs, which were Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil. So these were, for me, these were big global brands. And so for me, it's, that sector is not just something to do just Nigeria. I felt it was a global sector. And I felt as a consultant then, I did a lot of their audits, internal audits. I used to be the auditor for ExxonMobil, for Chevron, you know, way back many years ago.
This is a lot of data. We should be picking up this data. You know?
You know, I felt that, you know, the industry was a bit forward thinking compared to a lot of other industry in Nigeria as of then. And so you can imagine a graduate of mathematics, I was like, okay, where is it? You know, accounting, where I didn't want to be a banker. I didn't want to be in the manufacturing. So that was energy for me. You know, long story short, from being a consultant to industry, I got into the industry. And being in the industry, I've been doing a lot of startup initiatives from the industry. I guess for me, I was able to bring skills that were not resident because I'm not an engineer, I'm not. So I came in with skills that had to do with risk management, you know, internal controls, internal audit, and those other areas within the business that helps to support the business in terms of their processes, procedures, and things like that. So that really, for me, is my journey into the industry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So like what I've just heard, there's so much data. I think we should set up a company to be picking up data because it's not making sense anymore. Already here, they have picked up how many? Yes, it's so much. And we don't need to do it manually. We can just run what's it called? IoT, Power BI will pick it all up. Yes. Sherry.
Thank you very much.
Quickly, just tell us what inspired you. Well, Sherry, your stories actually. We had this conversation when we had the WIN podcast.
Yes. I mean, I love my story of how I got into the energy sector, but I think it really gives a life story of what Patricia said, and I'll give it real quick. I had just joined PwC Nigeria. I was the PwC US before. I just joined PwC Nigeria, and this was 2013 when the privatization had happened. So, of course, the partner then of Raz, as we called it, right, God rest his soul, he passed away, said, you know what, privatization is happening, go and learn about it. And there was another group, deals, that were actually getting involved in that. And so I will never forget, called the partner that said, I was sent to learn about the power sector. Can I come and speak with you? And he's like, sure, come. And I go there meeting for the first time, introduce myself, and we sit down. And he's like, do you really want to learn? I'm like, yes, sir, I want to learn. He's like, okay, there's an opportunity in Kano State, thank you. Kano State. A team is forming themselves there. Are you ready to go? This is where risk comes in, right? I've always been a risk taker, so in my mind, I was 80% ready to go. But of course, I was a mother by then, 2 kids, 5 and 7. So I now had to say, give me 10 minutes. So I didn't say my support system, but I am telling you, I had to confirm with my support system. You need a support system. And I called. There's this opportunity in Kano, And it's very important that we have a support system, no matter who they are. And they were like, sure, go. My support system was is my husband. Right? Mr. Baba Tomiwa Adigbenro. And it's like, sure, go. So I go back to the table confident, yes, sir, I'm ready. Now, my background has been internal audit, internal control, and all of that. I worked in oil and gas consulting, but never in power sector. This was in Lagos. In a week, we had hired a team. In another 2 weeks, I was training a team on energy. You must have that self-belief, right? It's not, you shouldn't have the belief of, oh, I can go and perform surgery. No. Self-belief that you can do it, and you will learn how to do it, to get it done. You will get whichever resources you need. And within a month, we're sitting in Kano Electricity with the team, seeing how we can revamp, re-engineer the entire process and all of that. And I was leading this team. And because, yes, I had the family and kids at home, I would fly to Kano Monday morning, Aero or Arik, 6 a.m., and I'll fly back Friday evening, last flight. Yes, when I tell my friends, right, I'm like, yes, I was that girl sitting on the plane, say, Father Lord, your daughter is on this plane. You still have work for her to do.
Our airspace is
and
safe.
My friends were like, am I the only one, child of God? I said, it did not matter. The prayer was, Father Lord, your daughter is on this plane. This shaking we are feeling. So, of course, you do it with fear. You do it with fear, but you do it. You take that risk and all of that, right? But you must have that support system. Single, married, with children. You must have that support system because there'll be days that you will need to cry. Right? And that support system that is supporting you in terms of your kids may not be the same one you go to when you're crying. So you may need different support systems to kind of take you through. Right, so that's how I got into the power sector, Kano. And then she spoke a lot about networking. So I was forced. Now, the 2 people, the partner.
Inspired your career.
So yes, with that, so in the energy sector there, right, I saw that there was a lot of issues, governance structures that need to be in place. I'm a big problem solver, so I love that whole problem solving. That's been over how many years now? Oh God. Over 12 years now, and we're still here, still fighting it strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emilio Marorete. So how did I get into this sector? So as a young girl, and that's why I was very happy when the keynote speaker spoke about role models. All right, thank you very much, Ma. You did an excellent job. You've done our work for us. So my father's cousin, my aunt, Edith Unuigbe, I watched from a distance a woman thrive in a male-dominated sector such as this. As a young girl, she was general counsel and company secretary in NLNG for circa a decade. And today, she's still doing great exploits in the energy ecosystem. She's a non-executive director of Petrolon. So from early on, I realized that even though I'm a lawyer like her, there's an opportunity for me in this field, right? For me, it's been a journey of curiosity, being open-minded, being malleable, and always ready to take on a challenge, right? And thankfully, I joined an organization that supports growth. I joined Sahara as a graduate management trainee in 2009. And from then on, I've been exposed to different parts of the business, upstream, midstream, downstream. So I've worked in enterprise risk management. I've worked in supply chain management. I've worked in strategy. I've worked in HR. And so as I transitioned to HR, it became clearer to me that the energy space is not just about infrastructure or technology. It's actually about people. And so having the right kind of talent and ensuring that the work environment is inclusive so that regardless of your gender, you can thrive. I'm loving the fact that there are men in this room as we're having these conversations. At the end of the day, what we want, is an environment where regardless of who you are, so long as you're competent, based on merit, you should get any role, right? And so I saw this gap in the sector where there's not a lot of diversity. And so for me, this is what drives me. This is what fuels me every day in Sahara. When I sit in an interview, I'm not looking at your gender. Are you able to get the work done? For me, it's about competency any day, any time. And I believe that the more we start to think from this perspective, the energy sector would experience even more milestones, even more accomplishments, even more advancement. So talent is key. At the heart of sustainability are the people who would drive whatever change, whatever transition agenda we have. So that's my story in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thanks, Okok.
So in this gathering, I think I'm pretty much the most straight arrow there is out there. I joined the oil industry right out of university. But there was also a lot of intentionality to it, because even going to study geology to begin with was a deliberate decision by my parents. My parents were both academic people. My dad is an engineer. My mom was a teacher. She was a history teacher. So their own, and again, I have just brothers. I'm the only girl there. So which means that when my brothers were learning coding, I was learning coding. There was never anything of, she's our daughter, let her do the princessy work. That was never part of it. So even when geology was extremely unpopular, my parents knew that there's money there. So let her go and do it, because she will need money. You know, this is our daughter. So that was it. It's as simple as that, guys. I can't tell you that there was some, I dreamed of it. No, my parents were like, there's money there. She likes money. Let her go and do it. And that was it. And of course, I had my fancy ideas. I wanted to be an architect. And I wanted to study And in fact, I even put something else in my JAM form. My mother said, no problem. Let me submit it for you. And then she changed it before she submitted it. So by the time I saw, you've been admitted to University of Benin to study geology, I said, no, it can't be me. I didn't, as far as I was concerned, even though we had talked about it, I didn't apply for it. But they're like, well, That's where you're going, and I went there and had a really good time. After a while, I really enjoyed the classes, and then eventually I graduated. Now, another deliberate step was internship. I got an opportunity through friends in my class. They were talking about internship, and that's why it's good to pay attention. It's not just I'm a work. I was walking past, some of my female friends were talking about internship. I said, what's going on there? And then they said, they were applying to do internship in Shell. I said, please, let me join you. And I did, and I got in. Now, while I was there, of course, I learned quite a lot. I met a lot of people and so on. And then eventually I came back out. The last step that I would say finally actually got me into the industry was something very, very, very unlikely. I had the opportunity to also work in Total Downstream. Now, when I say Total Downstream, you guys have a very fancy idea. You're thinking about this office here. I'm talking about their office on Sapele Road in Benin City. They had an office there. And
it's equivalent to what you have in Ijora.
They had an office there. It was like a back office of a filling station. So we're not talking about any fancy stuff here. And then they were looking for someone to just do some light paperwork. But because my mom had oil industry, she said, my daughter is not doing anything. She can't join you. So that was it. But it proved to be incredibly invaluable. And that's why I tell young people sometimes that, look, sometimes you just never can tell. If you're not doing it, it's like as if you have anything better. If you don't have anything better, that's fine. If you have something better, good. But if you don't, and an opportunity comes up to volunteer for free, to join people for free, to do something and just support or help this or help that, you just never can tell where that's going to take you. Because by the time I was applying for my first job in Halliburton, I could count Total as one of the jobs that I had done. I could count, other kinds of things, yes, that I had done. The internship in Shell that I had done. I could count software that I had learned. Software that was not common at that time. Don't forget, not now that everybody has a computer. To have somebody who was actually literate in computers was legendary, was revolutionary. Right now, it's a basic thing. When I see people put in, I'm proficient in Excel, PowerPoint, and this thing in your CV, I'm like, come on, that's a basic requirement. It's like saying I can read and write and I can type 2 + 2. That's basic. But back then, it was really revolutionary. So that's it. And that's how I actually got into Halliburton. And then from Halliburton into Shell. And I started as a technical person in Shell, as a geologist. And over the years, I've had various opportunities. And now I'm doing business development for domestic gas. So it's just one thing leading to another, but being ready to take on those opportunities, even when they don't look like opportunities. I'll just leave here that even my role as the first female regional director in SPE was also something that was completely unscripted. There was an opportunity, the regional director was leaving, and I said, yeah, I'm going to do it. There was nobody else had done it before in my age bracket or my gender. It had never been done. It was like a coup when it was announced. It was like, how? Yes. Right? But I just, this seems like something I can do. I'm going to do it. And it just happened like that. And that has been another pivotal experience for me, because it has opened up not just a local thing, but a much more global view of the oil and gas industry. Not just one company, Shell, but all companies globally.
Under SPE.
Yeah, so SPE, guys, take it seriously, volunteer, spend your time. There are opportunities there, you'll be surprised.
Thank you. So I'll take us to what I would call the industry and policy. And like the keynote speaker, like we all said, she's helped us out. But given the global push for energy transitioning, what role do you see women playing in shaping Nigeria's shift towards cleaner and more sustainable energy solutions? I think I'll give this question to Emila Moore.
Thank you. So, while doing some research, I found that women are not getting the right kind, or we're not getting enough support in terms of funding, in terms of even leadership opportunities in this sector. And so, for the kind of change we desire, there are certain things that we now need to begin to do in terms of policy. We need to be more deliberate with the kind of legal and policy frameworks that we have in place. So I'd take a cue from the banking sector. Today, the corporate governance guidelines for CBN mandates every bank to have at least 40% female representation. We need those kind of policies in the energy sector. Again, when you think about funding, again, I was looking through some document, and according to Forbes Africa, about 56% of women who applied for loans were rejected. So how are we going to then help these women scale up their businesses? Now let's come on to the workplace, our different organizations, and the industry as a whole. What kind of policies do we have in place to encourage work-life balance? So at Sahara, for example, simple employee engagement initiatives like having a creche in the office, like allowing nursing mothers to close earlier than the rest of the workforce and resume an hour later. You'd be shocked that these are the kind of support that women need, right? I recall when I was having my children, my support system was not just my mom and my husband and the nanny, but my workplace as well. Understanding that when women are in childbearing and nurturing ages, that's when they tend to fall off the bandwagon. In middle management, between ages 28 to 40, you find that some women just throw in the towel. And you know, I think it was Sherry who was talking about being a risk taker. For you to be able to take some risk, you need encouragement. There are policies that must encourage women to remain in the workforce. I find also that the imposter syndrome tends to affect a lot of women, where even when you're competent, you're not confident. There's a thought leader who I absolutely love, Simon Sinek. He said, confidence without competence is arrogance, right? Now, competence without confidence is underutilized potential. Now, true success is where you're able to balance both in terms of competence and confidence. But I find that a lot of women strive for perfection. So you want to be 150% sure that you can get the work done. Meanwhile, your male counterpart has 50%, and he'll say, I can do the job. He will trust his network to help him along the way. But I find that women, we cower in. We step out of the game even before it starts. There are very few women who are willing to take the risk. For as long as you're willing to pay the price, to learn, there is absolutely nothing you cannot achieve, regardless of your gender. God created every one of us with a brain. So for as long as you're willing to learn, trust me, the sky is your beginning. So I think that for women, we also need to introspect and be true to ourselves, right? And when we get the opportunity into certain rooms, I'd say ensure that you're also pulling a seat for another woman. The women here, in the area of education as well, we need more women in policy formulation. We need more girls to be introduced to STEM early. There's absolutely nothing wrong with ballet classes, but when you're taking the boys to STEM and coding classes, why not take the girls, right? Because I find that a lot of girls don't even find STEM appealing from age 6. Whereas in countries like Finland, from ages 0 to 6, every child is introduced to critical thinking, to problem solving, leadership, and all of that. What that does is from early on, you are confident, you're bold, and you can walk into any room and get the work done. But where you're told that girls are meant to sit pretty so they can find good husbands, then you are not able to utilize the potential that God has given you. So in terms of education, and then you have amazing women like Engineer Amao doing a lot with STEM education, right? I think she deserves some applause. And then in mentoring, we can't overemphasize mentoring. You find in the power sector, for example, women like Folake Shoeto leading Ikeja Electric, and you know, every day she's mentoring one woman after the next. What that does is it lets young girls know that there's hope. I can do this as well. And just finally, to the men in the room, also be supporters of women, right? Encourage the women. And in rooms where decisions are being made and you don't find women, speak. Surely there will be women in that organization. Until women start to sit at the table where those decisions are being made, I don't think we'll be making enough progress. And we'll be doing ourselves a disservice as a people, as a country, as a sector, right? They say 2 good heads are better than 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I would ask Kike, you know, when we have young women, like Milama just said, the idea is that a lot of young girls fall off the bandwagon, or young ladies fall off the bandwagon. So as they face these challenges, as they enter and advancing in the energy sector, what are the practical steps that can be taken to support their growth and leadership?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that.
I would appeal that we keep it 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
But just quickly, just to say something when Emil was talking, I'm a product of one of those bias. You know, when I started, I said, when I grew up as a young girl, I loved mathematics, and the first thing I wanted to do was to be an engineer. And I remember a conversation with my dad, sorry, but I wanted to be, you know, a mechanical engineer. And my parents were like, you want to be mechanical engineer, you want to be thinking about cars and machines and everything. And I got a huge discouragement from it. So I ended up going to school just studying mathematics. And what it did to me, I came out of school and I was a bit confused what to do next. I wasn't sure what to do. Meanwhile, with engineering, I had a clear vision, right? Eventually, again, like everybody else, you take charge of your life and you find a way. So I found a way to it. I ended up being a chartered accountant. But I do notice, sorry accountants, that the non-accountants who got into accounting in PwC and in law of consulting were better than those who did accounting in school. So the engineers who became accountants, the mathematicians, the physicists who became accountants, the pharmacists who became accountants, we seem to have a richer approach to it, and we excel better. But now back to your question, really. There is a lot. Emmy has, you know, said a lot in what she said, you know. Really, women, when we get there, support is key. Find your support network. Husbands, parents, colleagues. Find a mentor. Mentoring is key. And a lot of, you know, I've spoken to women and even young men about mentoring, and they think mentoring is about, you know, the person who is made it, chasing after them. No, you, the mentee, has to be hungry. You have to, you know, reach out, to go out to try and get a mentor. She said, you know, I can do this. Go ask, can you show me how? But on the flip side of it, then, you know, you also said, women, we need to support men. Let's face it, right? Men are good supporters of men. Personal experience, you be in a meeting, they're having, you know, conversations. A guy says something, even before they say, the next guy is echoing, yeah, you know, I like that idea. And they get, you know, the echoes, they get there, you know. But women were not quick to support other agendas. And so the guy came, you might have had a conversation, he only came with a little idea. But the echoes will help him empower him. Next thing he said, oh, very smart. And you're like, even what he said, I'm the one that told him, oh. And the way they all just jumped up as if it's the best thing since sliced bread. So personally, I say women, I'm not saying don't echo men because it's all about performance and good ideas. But when you have younger women who have good ideas, encourage them by, you know, echoing them. Let them bring those ideas forward, repeat it. Make sure to mention it in places where their voices are not. So too often, if you're in a bigger boardroom and women are there, mention the work that the younger women are doing, right? So when they feel mentioned, they feel valued, they are less, you know, they have less reason to fall off the bandwagon because that's where they feel unvalued at that middle management role person. I have to say, but I think you have
Linda say this. So, I wanted to talk about sponsorship. A lot of people don't understand the difference between mentoring,
Coach.
coaching, sponsorship. You need sponsor. You need all three in your life. You need all three in your career. Sponsor. There's this what you said now. There's this prayer point we see. Raise up voices that will speak for me, for where my voice cannot get to. Simple. Sponsor. In the boardroom. It doesn't have to be a female sponsor. In fact, people that have talked for me, male sponsors. I also have Sheya Folabi talked for me, you know. But very important, sponsor. You must. How do you get sponsors? How? Networking. Being nice. Being simply nice and knowing your onions. That's it. How do you get, you need a coach? I got into the coaching world, and I understand why you need a coach. Mentors, you know, follow me. Coach, get that stuff out of you with questions and all that. And then sponsors are in the corridor of power. They'll be in places like our big sis. She's my sponsor. She has heard what I can do. And then anywhere they say they need somebody. And that's how I got into when. You know, Cecilia, you know, what you can do. And then that's how I got the job I got now. You know, so very important. Mentorship, sponsorship, women, technical and digital training. It is not, our big sister have said it. It is not, in fact, I fired my virtual assistant. When my children see me with AI, they are like, Mom, you know, there's nothing I can do with ChatGPT. There's nothing I can do with Cloud. There's nothing I can do with Gemini. It's nothing. I write macro with them. Yes. You know, so upskill, you know. Of course, we start executive training and negotiation skills. That's kind of, we don't have it. We don't, women, there's a kind of negotiation. When it gets into that boardroom I'm not sure they have it. So we have to keep, you know, teaching ourselves and how to do all those things. I thought to add that there.
Thank you so much.
But one other thing we should add, and there's a lot to say, flexibility. Women, we have to be flexible. Understand the fact that you're getting in a place where you all kinds of characters. Some people want to box you. Some people want to prove that you don't have what it takes. And some people want to genuinely support you, right? All I know is wherever they want you to be. I told my husband that in any job you want to give me, if it's this square box, by all means, I'll make sure that it will be the best square box you'll find, right? Do not give anybody an opportunity, you know, to knock you down in terms of your competence, your upskilling. So she said, continue to upskill, continue to upskill, continue to upskill.
Thank you so much, Ogogo. So we've just come through with technology, and I'd just like to talk to you about it. You know, with the rise of digitalization and, of course, AI in energy, how do you think that ladies can leverage technology to drive innovation and remain competent? And competitive.
You remember I said that 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when I was starting in the industry, just being computer literate was revolutionary. Today, being able to write code, understand what AI is the new revolutionary of 25 years ago. So I really like what she said about, you know, really getting into it. It's not as difficult as they are because these tools are becoming a lot more intuitive. They're becoming more human-like. So you can even have a tool explain itself to you in a way that a primary 6-year-old child would understand. Trust me, there are times where I'm like, please dumb down your answer. Talk to me like I'm a teenager, and it will refresh the answer and use, you know, cool slang terms that millennials and Gen Zs can relate with. But the point is, it's not as difficult as you think. When you say AI, it sounds a bit scary, but it has always been there. It's the pattern recognition. It's, you know, being able to draw the entire and being able to understand what it is and what it does in different areas. Because all software, guys, almost all software at the back end, They run on the same thing. So once you understand the way an Android works or the way an Apple works, whatever tool they bring out, right, you understand it. You are not as scared of it as it is. And where that was a big advantage for me was, it means that regardless of what company I'm in, this company uses Schlumberger software. I understand the way software works, so I can work with it really quickly. That was its own proprietary software, but I can understand it because all software have the same thinking behind it. So that's what I would urge us to do, is to figure out a way to at least learn the rudiments, the basics of it. I'm not saying we should become data analysts tomorrow or become ChatGPT experts tomorrow, but there are just some basic things. I think you talked about Power BI, excellent tool, and everything is on the internet these days. So as a lady, you are not expected to understand software, or you're not expected to. So when you do, you are a superstar. And that's just a function of that implicit bias that comes with, she can never understand what we are talking about here. We're talking about macro scripting and coding. There's no way, no, you can't, not for you. So you will surprise them by knowing about it. We're not saying you are an expert, and you'll be the first to say, I'm not an expert in this, but I think that it can help us in this area, that area. Have you thought about this? So that's what I would recommend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Sherry, I'll take us back into power, So strategies that can help women leaders employ to foster stronger collaboration across the different energy subsector. So oil, gas, power, renewable, etc. Now, because we are in WIN, it's easier for us to see that collaboration.
Very much so.
But the truth is, you begin to see that you have a few ladies, or even the men, having to understand you're in core oil and gas upstream, you're in downstream. How do you marry that relationship with the guys in renewable and even in power? And you'll be shocked that even as high as the guys in, and am I allowed to say this? Even the guys in Abuja, they don't understand that there's a synergy. So sometimes when I'm in meetings in Abuja and I see the struggle, I'm thinking, if you don't understand the synergy, then that explains why we have a lot of problems, and that's why we don't have policies. So let me shut up, please. My bread and butter.
No, but you first start with what is within your control, and then you build out from there. So what is within our control is where we are in your department, in your company, and with WIN. I mean, you speak about WIN, right? And I'm there as well. And honestly, out of all the associations I've been with, I mean, I've gotten so much from it. Really. No, I have, honestly, right? But it's going back to what Mrs. Patricia said. With WIN, I volunteer for gala nights. I volunteer to fix chairs. I volunteer to set up. Sanimo calls me to do different things, right? And, once you volunteer twice, I mean, and I was now elected to be the electoral chairman. I'm like, why me? But I was. And when you do that, right, I mean, I agree to it. You help to put structure in place. So all this expertise you say you have, you now come and put it in place. And then by the time you now see it evolve and you see that structure, you're proud of it. You want to build more. And so as even with WIN, when we have the different sectors, right, we come and network. I don't know everyone, even in WIN, but I know that I need to continue networking, just like what she said. We need to continue networking. I was exposed to, at the SPE, right, there was a training that happened, I think in December or so, introduction to oil and gas. I was like, okay, I will go. And honestly, I met a number of people there. Were they younger than me? Yes. But at least, no shame in that, right? I've been in the power industry. I want to learn about oil and gas. There's nothing wrong with that. I was able to bring about 2 people onto the collegiates, WIN collegiates and all that. But at least you see that collaboration. I mean, I've met you, I've met other people. And the more we network, I think the more we understand how we connect. And so when we go to Abuja or River State or Port Harcourt or to the back of No, so the back of ExxonMobil. No, we're able to speak up. We're able to say, no, 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 there is a connection. There is that synergy. No, we need to plug in this way and plug in that way. Now, you can't force everybody to know it, but you can control your circle. And when you start controlling your circle, well, you start by controlling yourself, your knowledge, what you know. You unlearn, learn, uplearn, upskill. You need to. You relearn, and you continue expanding that. You network. Oh my goodness me! I hope you get to that question. I know time is almost out, but I hope you get to that question. No matter who you are, you may be an introvert. You need to know you need to start talking more. Schedule it on your calendar. Every Monday at 5 or at 8 a.m. or 10 a.m., you send good morning to this number of people. It's okay. No, it's okay.
It's deliberate.
Depending on who you are. If you are a talker, then you say, okay, maybe, you either taper down. You need to. But we are all different. But wherever you are, you need to know what you need to do to get there. Very important and all that.
Linda wants to say something.
Your question was strategies women can employ, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Athanimo, I'm going to pick you out here. Advocacy groups and policy engagement. We need to get to a place where we begin to push for national policy influence. That's the next stage for WIN. That's the next stage for WIN. We need to take the women cause and take it to the next level. Policies. The NCDMB Act did a bit. Now we're going to take our life in our hands. And through those kind of women network, we need to do that. Joint women initiatives, joint industry initiatives. I want to talk about that. I may not know, and let me tell you how it works. I may not know a lot about drone, but I know about execution planning.
Very true.
So I can help her set up across industry. I'm upstream oil and gas. She's in the power, energy. What is drone? I know it's that.
Drone technology, aviation
technology. Aviation technology. So, but I can help her do her execution planning and all that and set her up for a project. So what am I talking about? Hybrid projects across board.
Cross-functional.
Cross-functional.
Yeah.
Very important. Collaboration. You cannot do it alone. And you cannot own everything. So you need people to help you. You need network. You need people that can do other things. And you do the one that you know best how to do. I just thought to add that there.
Thank you so much. I have 3 minutes to the end of this because I like to take a lot of questions and answers. And then we will now have our close and call to action. Normally, folks will do call to action and close and then take Q&A. But I'd rather take Q&A now, and then we have a close. We okay, ladies? All right, fantastic. Boy, I like you. Ooh. I have 2 hands up already, and that was the guy, the first guy. You want to get a microphone to him, or can you speak loud?
No, don't worry.
Bon. Okay.
You said?
Hi, everyone. Oh, this is loud. Good afternoon.
It's good.
My name is Wisdom. I'm the anchor of the Energy Outlook TV show. And over the years, and I like what you just said recently, just now rather, about policy for women. You know, how did the banking industry break the barrier? Is that there was a policy that affected. I mean, we must thank His Excellency Sanusi for that bold move. I think it's what needs to happen in energy. But it will not happen by itself. And there needs to be an effect. There needs to be a push to it. I looked at what our speaker, Madam Patricia, shared, and I see that even though we now have women in the space, it is still very limited. There needs to be more that needs to happen, but that more will not happen by itself. So now my question is, and I'm happy that my big mommy is here from WIN. how do we?
Dr. Mao.
How can this policy conversation start, women? Where do you need help? Where should the support come? Do you have it enough already, or is you that is not just moving? Where do you need help? How do we start that policy conversation? That's my question.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Caroline. I'm an engineer by profession, and I work with a coding school. So my question is, first, I want to appreciate the panelists. It's been an interesting session for me. Very, very, very insightful and impactful for me, coming from the engineering background of the industry. I'm going to ask the first speaker by my lips. So when you were talking, a lot of pictures was printing in my head, thinking when you came into the industry, how you able to manage relationship within the guys in your area, in your industry, as at that time, guys, your relationship with the guys to break out, to be able to establish yourself and also break even. Because I know that in the engineering sector generally, it's not easy for the female to be able to break even because of the bias that is there. And most times, if you want to talk, they'll tell you, if female keep quiet, tomorrow you get married, you give birth to a child, and tomorrow you stay. There's a training for technical. There's a way you'll be sidelined, and things happens. So it's easy for you people to say, oh, this. But some of us need to know how we're able to manage those critical transitions, because they are very, very important. Some of us are dealing with it. Being able to manage our people within our range, our colleagues, and the above and the below. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. So the first, because are we taking 2 or 3?
Let's throw in one last one. Let's throw in one last one. No, ES, don't worry. We'll give you a right of response. Don't worry. You are ES.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judith. Interesting session. This is really enlightening and all, but I just want to ask, so we talk about mentorship, we talk about empowering young girls, we talk about bridging the gap, and all of these conversations that go on in almost all the conferences, if you ask me. But my question is there like a follow-on event, mentorship program in Wayne? Is there like SPE rather, thank you. Is there like a mentorship program in SPE? And how do we really get people into this mentorship program? Aside the talk, are we really, walking the talk? Thank you.
Come back. Just answer this one.
Let's take this 3. Yeah. I'd like the first guy. I'd like to throw that question to Kike for an answer. His question was basically, what do you need? How much do you need in terms of help, correct? That's a lot we need, but...
We don't mind the money, we need money too. Really. But for me, there's advocacy on all levels. Yes. People feel that, it's until when we have a meeting with our president of Nigeria, President Tinubu, before there can be changes, right? Let's start from, family level. Changes, how you're bringing up your kids, the foreign everything. So there's already some advocacy at that level. Let's go on to the workplace. In the workplace itself, how we doing advocacy to our bosses at different levels? Are we promoting women programs? In my company, for example, we have what is called SWAN, Seplat Women Association Network, where we're promoting policies. When those conversations come up, and they come up at different levels, there are some changes you may not get now, you may get later. When I was in middle management, the changes and arguments and ideas are implanted in my colleagues' ears, right? They may not germinate until when those particular colleagues become directors and can make the change. Advocacy is not a one-time thing. It's a marathon. It's not, a sprint that you get. So in your own, corner. So in our own, with Seplat, as we're doing, advocacy. Let there be opportunities at all levels. When you have opportunities, any opportunity you get, there was a time when you go to the field, right? As a female engineer, you're there. Now we're campaigning. There should be dedicated female, conveniences, so that the female engineer doesn't feel bad when she has to go to the bathroom and she's there. She can't get late to work because she's waiting for all the men to get, and then you say she's late. We're making, advocacies at different levels. Then now come to the associations. We have WEN. We have other associations that are not necessarily, energy, WIMBIs. We have those. In those associations, right? Let's now get, advocacy groups. Let's pull in the senior women, those who have powers, those who have positions of industry. We've listed all these beautiful ladies we celebrate, right? We should reach out to them in their various positions and start saying, how do you get those? When they are having those conversations, how do you get on the table? We as WIN, we can reach out to Olu Vehigen, right? She's now in a space where she could talk to the ears of some of the ministers and keep putting. So I'm saying that it's an advocacy at all levels, not at one level. And we keep bringing it up. This session itself by SPE is an advocacy. Lagos, Nigeria, Lagos section should take it back, those messages, to the bigger SPEs. When they're having these conversations, chapter by chapter or section by section, we should talk about how, and this is some of the themes that are coming out. The bigger SPEs should be talking about it relating to global SPE and saying, what have you done on the global stage and how can we do that? So it's a continuous level thing, so I hope that, helps.
Yes, thank you. I think Caroline's question would go to Olinda, yeah.
Me, right? Okay, so I'm going to tell a story. I like to tell stories, yeah, by the way. There was a lady, very sharp lady, real life story. I was seen as the mentor, and so she was in the engineering group then. Young lady, very fine, very shaped, but used to carry herself very well. I know this girl. Slim, very, figure 8, but she used to wear long gowns, midi gowns, nice, very fine. I had a supervisor, manager that now called me one day that she's getting feedback that she's distracted. The girls, I don't want to call the girl's name, that her presence distracting them in engineering. That luckily, the manager now is actually the GMD now in NMPC. It was UD, my friend. He called me, said, he used to call me Mama then. Mama, I don't know how to handle this. I think you should handle it. There and then I said, your guys, there's something wrong with all your guys. I know that girl. She dresses very well. Doesn't open her sleeves. She's just very shapy and fine girl. Instead of you people to do your work, you people are looking for what you say this girl did now. Do you understand? I called her, and apparently they had tried to. I called her. She broke down and cried in my office. I said, talk. She said she knows where it's coming from, that they've tried to date her and she refused, and everything. And now they want to spoil the girl's career. You understand? Me, I went back and I told the guy. I said, well, we're going to have to use maturity to deal with this. There's nothing, I know this girl. Even why the manager came to meet me is that he too, where is this one coming from, So why did I start off with that story? We see all that. I can tell you something that happened to me. When I was my first year, I had the baby, and then you know how it is. I was still a contract staff then, because I think I was a contractor for 6 months, and then we did the exam, and then I was hired. I had a manager that will not do anything. When it's time for me to go home, I can tell you that breast milk will be coming down. The man will tell me, okay, they've woken up in Houston, you wait. I had it. I had my first child in 1996. But now, and I'll give you another example of what happened, and then I'll say a few things. So these are real issues, and I want us to really, and we can talk, I can coach, When when I got into the group, there was this guy, this lady. The husband was a high flyer. So he was always out there, became AOM and that. They had 2 boys. She was in her baby making years. And when the man is out of the house, she has to stay. You know, married men were beefing her that when it's time to go to Houston, she will go. But when it's time to go to the field, she won't go. There and then, I was young. I said, nobody's going to say this thing about me. I said, nobody will say this thing about me. But after some time, the lady just took early retirement and left. And I think it was the right thing. So you need to know where you are in your career. My children, they are doing their PhD now. It's fun that we talk. So I can go anywhere in the world and do work. But when you're in that your baby making phase, you need to take decisions. Because at the end of the day, family is it too. Why did I start like this?
We would round up from you soon, Linda.
Yeah, I'm going to round up. Yeah. So what saved me in all these things was I became aware. I took my job serious. I know my onions. I became who they will come and over the guys. In Exxon, before I left, when projects are difficult, they will be looking for a farmer. While I'm trying to disappear and go and do my MBA, they will say, no, come. And that's it. So you need to know your onions, know your job, know your skill, upskill. Be ready to show up, have confidence. If you don't know, get it, and say as it is. There is no other way.
Thank you.
Emotional intelligence is also very, very...
Soft skill, yes.
Organizational savviness. I don't like to call it politics. Organizational savviness. We can talk some more. We don't have time anymore, but very, very important.
Thank you. The third question was...
Yeah.
But Ogogo will answer that.
Yes. So about mentoring, right? I like your question because it shows that we still have a lot of work to do regarding letting people know what is out there. Almost every association has their mentoring aspect. WIEN has an excellent mentoring program. SPE has an excellent mentoring program. They have an e-mentoring program. If you don't even want us in Nigeria here, these ones, they will give you a mentor from anywhere else in the world. But you have to play your own part, which is you have to seek and keep on seeking. I still have mentors that I still reach out to today. So you have to be a little bit more tenacious, but every association, almost everyone has. Mentoring is not an event. So yes, we can call this a mentoring, but this is not an event. This is the beginning of a conversation that may last you another 10 years or 15 years or whatever. You know, it takes, mentoring develops over time and it's a relationship that takes a long time. So it's something that you have to also invest in your time. So you may have 1 or 2 different mentors. Your mentors have 10 or 20 different mentees. What is that thing that would make them stop in their tracks, very busy people, and say, let me spend time with you? You also have to be able to pull as well. You also have to add value. It's pull and push. It's a give or take relationship. Yes, you are going to be gaining more because there are things that you want, right? They are not going to ask you, but you are the one asking. So for a long time, you are the one that's going to have to initiate. There's a sense that the mentee is the one that initiates because it has to be at your insistence. You are the one looking for something, so you have to do the stretch. But I can assure you that there are so many tools, associations out there. It's a relationship. It's not a one-off. It's something you have to develop and grow. I'll leave it at that.
She would like to just add.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add to what she said, that with regards to mentorship, it has to be a symbiotic relationship, right? It shouldn't be extractive. So as the mentee, you shouldn't keep going to your mentor just to take. You must be willing to make life easier for your mentor. For example, you can offer to do their PowerPoint presentation when they're going to speak somewhere. When someone sees that you're adding value to their lives, they would also want to add value to yours. So I just thought to add that.
Very, very apt.
I don't think we have any more questions. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Stepchildren. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me borrow another point. No, hold on. Which did I use before?
I think we can do 2. No, I'm going to the back. I'm going all the way to the back. I'm going all the way to the back. Now, to save time, if you don't mind, I'm going to hold my microphone. You have 60 seconds, right? Just ask your question. Just forget about it. Right? Sound. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this program, SP, and thanks to all the speakers. All right. My name is Damilola, and I've been a member of SP for a while. I actually took a career break when I started having my kids, and it's so amazing to see these women that are doing great things. So I just want to ask, I've been making applications, trying to come back to the oil and gas industry, but it's been difficult. I mean, I've applied to graduate roles and, networking with people, they've said, well, your age, you're no more a graduate trainee or something, right? So what will be my comeback? What can I start doing? Volunteering? I just want to get that.
Thank you, Dami. Okay, it was only you to have question here. I thought it was a battalion of hands that went up here at that time.
Start for them.
No salutations. Name and question. Can you do that? Thank you.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. My name is Cherish. Sorry. Well, I have 2 questions. I joined SP last year because of my friend. She has a background in petroleum and all that. She kept talking about the opportunities there. And I'm a recent graduate of University of Lagos, so I studied environmental engineering. So now I'm trying to go into the oil and gas space. I wanted to ask, are there opportunities for environmental engineers as per graduate trainee? And with the recent shift towards energy transition, renewables, like what advice do you have for someone trying to align their career towards sustainable energy and the likes?
It was your hand I saw first. Sorry about that.
So I just want to, it's just been a burden on my heart. And she kind of like, the previous person kind of like captured it. Okay, so my name is Idori, and thank you very much for the session. Okay, so I see that there's a gap in, when we talk about trainings, when the keynote speaker was speaking, she talked about technical trainings for women as one of her submissions for helping women get into, bringing in more women on board and internships. And many times we look at companies and industries, they focus more on the younger generation. So we have graduate programs, 1 to 2 years, 3. You don't have the 3 to 10 years. You don't have the 3 to. So it is assumed that the people up, 5 years and above already have it figured out. And she just captured something like that, talking about, going out to the childbearing, and then she's trying to come back to find. So I'm wondering, what are the technical trainings for people in these mid-levels? And yes, at this, especially the mid-level, program for women, technical trainings, where do we get them? And how do we come back? How do you come back if you are to come back, if you had gone up?
Before I come back to you, let the ES, Asanimo, she had wanted to say something. Let's take her intervention.
ES has forgotten what she wants to say. What did I think?
Should I get the mic? Okay, they should carry on. All right, cool. Carry on, please.
Okay, so Deepa will answer the second question. The first and last. Please.
Thank you for the question. Environmental, right? Okay, so the objective of the oil and gas industry is to extract oil without killing anyone, as cheap as possible, and with minimum impact to the environment. So you find that the ESG policies dictate your ability to raise money and funds. So it is critical. You are actually more critical than petroleum engineers in the oil and gas industry now. So please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes?
Yeah, I'd advise you to try and get some certifications, ISO certifications. That will help, okay? And the ESG, as you said as well. But ISO certification is very important, yeah.
The last.
Thank you very much. So for the first and the third question, I'll take both. So Sahara is an equal opportunity company. I'd say let's have a conversation after this. The fact that you took time off to go and have your kids, you can come back. But I would say upskill, reskill if there's a need to. and also volunteer. So you kind of answered your question, right? The more you volunteer, see, most of us are sitting here because we joined WIN, right? So find associations like SP as well, such that as you volunteer, you network, and then you may find someone who is in dire need of your skills. So please, by all means, let's talk after this.
Can I just say something?
Yes, please.
No, she was about to round up,
Yes.
right? Human beings, males, female. You have to prepare for your opportunity,
Yeah.
right? You have to be ready. Opportunity doesn't come, and that's when you want to get ready. Let's face it. When I joined oil and gas, I think 10 years after when I wanted to join, right? And it was an opportunity that came. I was ready for that opportunity. So the message, I'm saying in addition to what she says is, wherever you are at the moment, remember you have to be flexible. Take the right courses that you think will get you to your career path. If there's a certification, take it. Join the associations that you need to join, if you need to join it. When the opportunity comes, nobody can tell you this is when the opportunity comes. But you'll be surprised when my opportunity came in a phone call, and I got in on a skill that I had been doing many years before, that I had done in PwC London. When I came in risk management, I was a risk champion, moved on even onto something else, and it is that prior skills. So do not sit back and wait. There is no, body. Prepare yourself. Put the ideas out there. There's something in life. In faith, if you keep putting out there, I want something, somewhere in the future it will happen for you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So basically, this is us rounding up, and you've actually answered the question, which is, what is one piece of advice you would give to a young lady aspiring to make an impact in the Nigerian energy sector? I think you've done yours. So if I would do the next one, Lena would do the next one.
Okay, so build. You're not going to be surprised what I said. So I've been saying it all along. Build competence, seek mentorship and sponsorship, and be unapologetically bold and strategic. The energy industry rewards execution excellence. If you do a bad job, they won't call you back.
You're as good as your last job.
Eh?
You're as good as your last job.
Yeah. Focus on mastering your skills and position yourself strategically. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry.
Plus what they've said, do it afraid.
Yes. Do it afraid. Yes.
So in addition to what has been said, I say be authentic. Just be authentic. Be competent and continuously improve yourself. You only remain relevant when you keep adding value. As we say in Sahara, stay mad. Keep making a difference wherever you find yourself.
Thank you, Gogo.
As you improve yourself, think about the evidence of that and what you leave behind. Many times when people are looking you up, it's really just a Google search. And if you don't show up in the papers that you've written, the places that you've spoken, or some work that you've done, then it becomes difficult to find you. So think about the evidence of the work that you've actually done and how you can actually prove it. Because I find that for women, it's always important to put the evidence on the table. I know any engineering, here's my engineering certificate or degree. I know geology, this is the certificate. Always think about whether it's a paper, a certificate, a degree, ISO, she talked about ISO, whatever it is, think about how you can demonstrate it when you are not there. And if somebody puts your name in Google, what comes up? That's my advice. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. One word I like to say, be you, do you, and focus. As Chichi would say, focus on your focus. Focus on your focus. Be extremely you and focus on your focus. On behalf of us, thank you so much.
Just hold on, just remain seated for a few more minutes. The tradition is at the end of the panel session, we'll just take a quick listen to our sponsors. Thankfully, we'll have just about 3 of them, short comments. But let me begin with the one on the panel. Sahara is one of our sponsors, and we have Mrs. Aro Rote on the panel. You want to say something briefly as a sponsor while you are seated there? Please go ahead. Let's give her a round of applause. She's one of our sponsors.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to support the SPE. Well done on the good work you're doing, particularly for the young ones in the workforce, the ones who are coming into the sector. Kudos to you for empowering them and showing them that indeed it's achievable to do great and mighty exploits in this industry. Now, to the young ones in the room, I'd like to say, keep building capacity, keep improving yourself, and like one of my co-panelists said, prepare, plan ahead, right? Opportunities would come, but if you're not prepared, you won't be able to take them. And Sahara is constantly, we're growing exponentially, and there are lots of opportunities. So feel free to look on the website, the opportunities that you may be able to grab. Thank you.
Thank you very much. People who sign the check don't speak plenty English. Well, let's carry on to business strategy analyst for HSI Energies, one of our sponsors, Chijioke Eke. Chijioke, please step forward. You'll speak, just come this way.
Not a problem. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, industry thought leaders, esteemed colleagues. On behalf of HSI Energies, I'd like to extend our appreciation to the thought leaders and contributors of today, as well as the participants in the audience who all collaborated for a very enriching and insightful discussion. The themes of today, touching on entrepreneurs and women in energy, really underscore the dynamic evolution of Nigeria's oil and gas sector, and the lessons paid for these ladies communicate and stress the importance of resilience, innovation, and inclusive leadership in driving sustainable growth. At HSI, we're committed to fostering an industry that thrives not only on technical and commercial excellence, but also on inclusivity and diverse forward leadership thinking. As we step away today with the very thoughtful and enlightening discussions that we've had, I hope we all make a note to take today's lessons forward as we move on, empowering entrepreneurs, elevating women in energy, and also from HSI, we look forward to continued collaboration with the SPE and with other industry leaders at large to advance the evolution of Nigeria's energy future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Craigwall Petroshare Limited. Is anyone here from Craigwall? Anyone here from Craigwall? They're not here? Let's give them a round of applause and abstention. They're one of our sponsors as well. Okay, please, section chair, you will now present the plaques to them, and I will close after I present that plaque. Please, as you get your plaque, indulge or sit down for another 2 minutes, right? I'll take a vote of thanks, very brief one. Okay, a very brief vote of thanks, but for now, just take your plaques. Let's begin with Madam Dr. Ifeoma Okabiala. Thank you so much for those insights and the wisdom you deployed in saving a young girl's career. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next will be GM Planning and Commercial for Ano Gas Processing Company, Mrs. Kike Aswelime. No, you changed your role recently. Forgive me. I keep saying the old role. What's that new role again? GM Business Assurance and Integrity. You get plenty integrity, Jerry. Congratulations. Next is Chief Audit and Compliance Officer for Eco Electricity, Sherry Adegbenro. Thank you so much. Of course, Sarah Energies Group Head of Human Resource, Emilomo Arorote. Thank you so much. SPDC's Domestic Gas Business Lead, Ogogo Effion. Thank you so much. And our moderator, Charlotte Delight, Charlotte Esiet. Thank you so much. Not forgetting, of course, our keynote speaker, Ms. Patricia Simon Hart. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right. So while you're still standing there, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't dare, you don't succeed. Digbo has led SP Lagos session to dare. Have they succeeded? Yes. He has led Lagos session to dream. Has it materialized? Yes. Let's give him a round of applause for the final words at this Energy Week.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll stand on the existing protocols from this morning and then thank our guests for this excellent discussion. So the first thing I want to say is I used to work for, when I was in SNEPCO on the leadership team, I used to work for a certain MD called Ella Aiboni. And I remembered some things. I just checked, and her master's was in environmental management. So there you have it. So you can do anything with your degree. Don't limit yourself. So I've heard about WIN. I've seen material. I've been on your website a bunch of times. It's actually very good. It's very good. And I'm just glad now that we're in a position to partner and collaborate with this organization. Yes. And I must thank two people in particular, Dr. Amawo. And she's not here because she's not feeling well, Elo Abu. And both of them made the connect, and they sowed the seed to bring you what you're seeing here. So many thanks to both of you for the... So I want to thank you, the panel, for the relevant discussion. And, you know, people go, when will we stop talking about women? And I say, when will we stop talking about black people? You know? We continue the discussion because it's relevant. And you might have one breakthrough person. President Obama came there. How much did it change? It's about sustainable flow, and we have to continue the conversation. It has to go on until we get that sustainable impact. Then it will be very clear to everyone that we don't need to have the conversation. But for now, we still need to. And saying that this is the first Energy Week that we're having. We've said it a couple of times that the Commissioner for Energy for Lagos was here yesterday, and first thing he said, how dare you call it Lagos Energy Week without me knowing? And we apologized, and Richmond here made the proposal that we need to collaborate on the next one, to which he said yes. So we'll have this discussions with him. I'm going to go to his office in a couple of weeks and see if we can make it a formal thing for next year. And as we do that, I would like to formally invite WIND to come with us along this journey so we can grow together and continue educating folks, continue learning. So I'm looking at who should I look? She said yes. Clap. All right. So my voice isn't what you came to hear, and I need to keep reminding myself so I can wrap up. Thank you, everyone. The golf tournament tomorrow that is not exclusive to men. So you are all welcome to sign up if the registration hasn't closed. And thank you to everyone who has played a hand in organizing this. I see our programs chair here, Uju. I section secretary there, Chikomeka, and I publicity chair, Hassana, and everybody here. So thank you, because I'm just the guy in white standing here. They did most of the work. So thank you. The career fair will be wrapping up in a few, so feel free to stop by, especially if you're a young professional. There are 10 companies there. Go. I hope you brought your CVs. Go learn and interact. And there are 3 companies, indigenous companies, that are outside: Swedgelock, New Cross Panocean, and Petro Decision. We wanted to spotlight them there. Next year we'll spotlight more people, but they're there, so please stop by. And thank you, everyone. Drive safely as you go home.
Please, let's present this to Madam Ayono Fatai Williams, represented by the ES Sanimo. Yes, hold on, let's do this one first. So after this one, panelists, you will now rise, and a keynote speaker and the president of WIN will join you in a family photo with the section chair. And then after that, you will still, please proceed now to the family photo. Please proceed to the family photo with the section chair. Please, ma'am, please join them. After that, you remain there. The section directors will now join you with our ARD that is in the room as well. But for now, let's just take this one. Let's just take this one right now. Session directors, please be on standby. For those who are looking for work to make a re-entry, I hope you stop by the career fair, and I hope good fortune smiles on you when you do. You need the job, I pray you get it. And you're done with that? Okay, section directors, quick, please come. ARD, please join the picture, ARD. Section directors, please come. ARD, please come. Yeah, BOT members, if there are BOT members there, they can also come. But I think they are gone, right? The two BOT that was here have gone. Apart from, okay, you are still here. Forgive me, I just say you don't go. Apart from IPP ROD that is already in the picture. Maybe let's try. If you can't go, then we'll bring in the seats. Let's try and see if it will go. Okay, to take more people, right? Good man. You want us to do the seat? There's still small space here. Emeka, there's space here. Chimizi, there's space here. No, leave this. No. Come and stand here. You go enter you. How you big rich, self? Emeka, how you big rich? You can just corner side so that everybody go enter. Corner side, as would you corner side like that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of Lagos Energy for 2025. It's the maiden edition. Hopefully it's bigger and better with bigger partnerships in the future. Well, for me, I would say see you next time. Next time could be tomorrow, next tomorrow. Richmond is my name. Until next time. Are we doing Boju here? Chimezi and Emeka. Are we doing Boju here? Please, one more time, a round of applause for our panel members and our moderator. Thank you so much for the work you've done this afternoon. I'm sure everyone leaves here with a nugget from yesterday into today. Please take care of your personal belongings as you leave here now. As you network, take care of your personal belongings. Thank you.
I woke up for this journey. Pole twende bana, moyo wangu na jua yangu. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Wacha mawazo yawe mbali. Hofu ya kesho haifai. Leo ni nafasi ya kupumzika. Ndani ya sasa tupate faraja. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Angalia jua linavyotua, nyota zinatokea, dunia ni safi. Usiku wa leo, usiku wa amani. Utulie moyo, yote yatakuwa sawa. Chichili na upepo wa sasa. Chichili furahia hii hali. Chichili maisha ni zawadi. Chichili utulivu ndani yako. Kila pumzi ni baraka. na haraka, hisi jinsi maisha yanavyopendeza, kila sekunde ni mwangaza. Jichilie, jichilie na upepo wa sasa. Jichilie, jichilie, furahia hii hali. Jichilie, jichilie, maisha ni zawadi. Jichilie, jichilie, utulivu ndani yako. Kila pumzi ni baraka, usiwe na haraka, hisi jinsi maisha yanavyopendeza, kila sekunde ni mwangaza. Jichilie, jichilie na upepo wa sasa. Jichilie, jichilie, furahia hii hali. Nguvu za jua zinanita, mawimbi yanacheza mwanzo wa asubuhi, maji ya bahari yanazungumza nami, najiweka huru kwa amani ya moyoni. Nchi za mbali zinanipungia mkono, miti ya kijani inaimba wimbo, ninafuata sauti ya upepo mkali, kupata utulivu ndani ya roho yangu. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani, nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji yanayotiririka kwa utulivu, ni safari ya kutafuta amani. Nyota za usiku zangu zinasema ndoto za amani na utulivu, mwezi unasimama kama mshauri, nipatie amani ya kweli. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani, nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji yanayotiririka kwa utulivu, ni safari ya kutafuta amani ya amani. Nyota za usiku zangu zinasema ndoto za amani na utulivu, mwezi unasimama kama mshauri, nipatie amani ya kweli. Amani, amani moyoni, sawa na kupumua kwa urahisi. Amani, amani, nafuu, maisha ni rahisi na yenye furaha. Katika kivuli cha miti mikubwa, ninasikia nafsini mwangu maji yanayotiririka kwa utulivu, ni safari ya kutafuta amani. Nyota za usiku zangu zinasema ndoto za amani na utulivu, mwezi unasimama kama mshauri, nipatie sambamba pole, nyota zinang'aa, anga ni nzuri, pumzi kama moja, ndoto njema japo usiku wa raha, lala pole pole, utasikia sauti za upendo wa mbali, uko salama kwenye mikono ya anga, pumzika sasa, usije poi, ndoto za nyota ziko juu yako sasa. Upepo wa kiangazi unaleta amani, sauti ya asili inaimba kwa upole, pumzika roho yangu, furahi milele, usiku wa mbali tamu na laini, sauti za upendo wa mbali zako, mikono ya anga inakushika shikamo, pumzika sasa, usiku wajapo, ndoto za nyota zinakulinda kwa wema, twende pamoja kwenye safari ndoto, maji matulivu chini ya mwezi mkali, hewa safi inajaza roho yetu, usiku wa ndoto ni wetu wa pekee, utasikia sauti za upendo wa mbali, uko salama kwenye mikono ya anga, pumzika sasa, usije poi, ndoto za nyota ziko juu yako sasa. Siku na jua, roho inatulia, mbali na giza, napumzika sasa, mawazo husama, moyo wa raha, wimbi la bahari linacheza pole pole, tulia tu uwepo, sisi ni watoto wa jua, mwanga unatuliza, siku inaburudisha, majani mabichi nipe nguvu na amani, kutembea kwa utulivu, asubuhi nzuri, milima inaimba nyimbo za kutuliza, jana imepita, leo tunashereheka, tulia tu uwepo, sisi ni watoto wa jua, mwanga unatuliza, siku inaburudisha. amani inaenea, moyoni kuna utulivu, napata nafuu. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha. Nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Nyota angani zaniongoza njia, usiku wapita, amani ni yangu. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, ndani yangu na amani nitalala salama. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha. Nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Yeah. Nyota angani zaniongoza njia, usiku wapita, amani ni yangu. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, ndani yangu na amani nitalala salama.
Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, moyoni kuna utulivu, napata nafuu. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha. Nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Nyota angani zaniongoza njia, usiku wapita, amani ni yangu. Nchi yangu ya nyumbani, amani inaenea, moyoni kuna utulivu, napata nafuu. Jua la pambazuka, upepo wanipapasa, ndoto zangu zafifia, napumua pole pole. Amani ndani yangu, upepo wa furaha. Nimepata njia kuishi kwa amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo. ndege za kumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo, sauti za ndege za kumbuka amani. Milima na mabonde vinanimba wimbo.
Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I am honored to be invited to give a goodwill message at the 2025 SPE Lagos Energy Week Women in Energy Fireside Chat with the theme Empowering the Present, Securing the Future, Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Already established protocol. I am honored to be invited to give a goodwill message at the 2025 SPE Lagos Energy Week Women in Energy Fireside Chat with the theme Empowering the Present, Securing the Future, Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. In recent years, Nigeria has experienced rapid growth in the energy sector, with the country becoming the largest economy in Africa. This growth has not only brought about economic benefits, but has also highlighted the crucial role of women in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. As the country continues to strive towards energy security, it is essential to recognize and empower the present generation of women who will play a significant role in securing the future. Women make up half of Nigeria's population, yet they remain significantly underrepresented in the energy sector. It is time to change this narrative and recognize the immense potential that women possess to drive the country's energy transition successfully. With the right opportunities and support, women can play a vital role in achieving a more sustainable energy future for Nigeria. Empowering women in the energy sector is crucial for several reasons. Firstly, women bring a unique perspective to the table, which can lead to innovative solutions and strategies for energy development. Their diverse experiences and skill sets can help bridge the gender gap and create a more inclusive and sustainable energy industry. Secondly, studies have shown that a more gender-balanced workforce can lead to better organizational performance and increased profitability. By empowering women in the energy sector, Nigeria can reap these benefits and boost its economy further. Empowering women in the energy sector can have a ripple effect on the country's overall development. It can lead to an increase in female employment, which in turn can contribute to poverty reduction and economic growth. Women are also known to invest a more significant portion of their income in their families, leading to better education and health outcomes for their children. Therefore, empowering women in the energy sector is not just a matter of gender equality, but it is also crucial for the country's overall development. One way to empower women in the energy sector is by providing them with access to education and training. By equipping women with the necessary skills and knowledge, they can take up technical, managerial, and leadership roles in the industry. This in turn can create a more diverse and inclusive workplace and promote career advancement opportunities for future. It is time to recognize and tap into the potential of women and provide them with the necessary support and opportunities to excel in the industry. Let us all work together towards a more gender balanced and empowered energy sector for a brighter future for Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use this occasion to specially invite you to the Society of Petroleum Engineers upcoming flagship programs. With the Women Leadership at the Capital Club, VI Lagos. We have the SPE Africa Annual Student Congress coming up in April 3rd to 5th, 2025 at Bayero University, Kano. We have the Oloibiri Lecture Series and Energy Forum on the 10th of April 2025 in Abuja. And we have the Africa Gas Innovation Summit June 18th to 19th, also in Abuja. We have the SPE Children in Energy Celebration on the 27th of May 2025 in Warri. and the SPE Annual International Conference and Exhibition, 4th to 6th of August 2025 at Echo Hotels and Suites, VI Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Council and Lagos section, I wish you all a memorable and impactful 2025 SPE Lagos Energy Week Women in Energy Fireside Chat, and hope that the outcome of this Energy Week will help address critical energy challenges in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I am honored to be invited to give a goodwill message at the 2025 SPE Lagos Energy Week Women in Energy Fireside Chat with the theme Empowering the Present, Securing the Future, Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. In recent years, Nigeria has experienced rapid growth in the energy sector, with the country becoming the largest economy in Africa. This growth has not only brought about economic benefits, but has also highlighted the crucial role of women in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. As the country continues to strive towards energy security, it is essential to recognize and empower the present generation of women who will play a significant role in securing the future. Women make up half of Nigeria's population, yet they remain significantly underrepresented in the energy sector. It is time to change this narrative and recognize the immense potential that women possess to drive the country's energy transition successfully. With the right opportunities and support, women can play a vital role in achieving a more sustainable energy future for Nigeria. Empowering women in the energy sector is crucial for several reasons. Firstly, women bring a unique perspective to the table, which can lead to innovative solutions and strategies for energy development. Their diverse experiences and skill sets can help bridge the gender gap and create a more inclusive and sustainable energy industry. Secondly, studies have shown that a more gender-balanced workforce can lead to better organizational performance and increased profitability. By empowering women in the energy sector, Nigeria can reap these benefits and boost its economy further. Empowering women in the energy sector can have a ripple effect on the country's overall development. It can lead to an increase in female employment, which in turn can contribute to poverty reduction and economic growth. Women are also known to invest a more significant portion of their income in their families, leading to better education and health outcomes for their children. Therefore, empowering women in the energy sector is not just a matter of gender equality, but it is also crucial for the country's overall development. One way to empower women in the energy sector is by providing them with access to education and training. By equipping women with the necessary skills and knowledge, they can take up technical, managerial, and leadership roles in the industry. This in turn can create a more diverse and inclusive workplace and promote career advancement opportunities for women. Additionally, targeted programs and initiatives that focus on promoting women's participation in the energy sector can also be implemented. Another crucial aspect of empowering women in the energy sector is fostering a supportive and inclusive work culture. This involves creating a workplace free from discrimination, harassment, and bias, where women can thrive and reach their full potential. It also means providing equal pay and opportunities for career growth and development. By creating a favorable work environment, the energy sector can attract and retain top female talent, leading to a more diverse and skilled workforce. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution cannot be ignored. By empowering women in the energy sector, the country can achieve a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous energy future. It is time to recognize and tap into the potential of women and provide them with the necessary support and opportunities to excel in the industry. Let us all work together towards a more gender balanced and empowered energy sector for a brighter future for Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use this occasion to specially invite you to the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council upcoming flagship programs. We have the Women Leadership Lecture Series coming up on the 21st of March 2025 at the Capital Club, VI Lagos. We have the SPE Africa Annual Student Congress coming up in April 3rd to 5th, 2025 at Bayero University, Kano. We have the Oloibiri Lecture Series and Energy Forum on the 10th of April 2025 in Abuja. And we have the Africa Gas Innovation Summit June 18 to 19th, also in Abuja. We have the SPE Children in Energy Celebration on the 27th of May 2025 in Warri, and the SPE Annual International Conference and Exhibition 4th to 6th. SPE Lagos Energy Week, Women in Energy Fireside Chat, and hope that the outcome of this Energy Week will help address critical energy challenges in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.